Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies. Welcome to Politics Done Right. My name is Egberto Willies, your host. Good morning, Houston. Good morning, Harris County. Good morning to the great state of Texas. Good morning to Northeast Texas, Southeast Texas, Northwest Louisiana, Southwest Louisiana, and to every nook and cranny receiving the signals from our 100,000 watt transmitter into those magical things called radios, aka the Howard Reynolds machines. Anyway, folks, we're going to have a great show for you today. Welcome aboard our great folks on the internet, specifically from places across Europe, Africa, y donde sea, wherever they are. Without further ado, let's move it on to El Estudio con los Enios, el señor Howard Reynolds and Jack Van Beba.
Where are those heinous guys, Jack?
You're pretty heinous.
It is Friday morning at the radio, December 20th, 6:01 at KPFT Houston, and we are so glad that you are here this morning.
We are the heinous heathens.
Yeah, I like that. I'm watching with great interest this bill, this funding bill for the government, and how the interference from Donald Trump has caused a fray up in Washington. One of the things that he was opposed to, President Musk was upset about was the pay raise for all of them, $6,800 a year. That ain't much, folks. But they made him take that out. So that's going to really promote a whole lot of goodwill from Republicans and Democrats going, you're taking our pay raise away? Seriously? Let's see how much stuff you get through this House and how much stuff you get through this Senate. Okay? So, yeah, the goodwill is beginning here in the season of goodwill. Thank you, President Elon. And Jack, what you got over there? Looks like you got a couple of pages of stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking about Santa Claus.
Me too.
I'm kind of a Grinch.
I'm a real Grinch. So is my daughter.
And I was thinking about it. I said, oh, man, that's the perfect capitalist story. So I put it to a song.
Something for free.
Yeah, yeah. All right, here it goes.
We get to hear Jack sing this morning.
Santa the capitalist. Okay, Santa, he's a capitalist. One day I stole his sleigh, nabbed a couple of reindeer, got the hell out on my way. Yeah, Santa, he's a capitalist. He's got all of them elves working in a workshop. No cocoa breaks, it's hell. It's cold up at the North Pole, so we cannot run away. Yeah, Santa, he's a capitalist. I'm glad I left that day. I can't hide my elfness in Texas. Santa's friends with the governor AG. They don't like elves in Texas, at least not elves like me. So I got the reindeer ready and I hopped back in the sleigh. Touchdown in Tucumcari early that next day. I hid the sleigh back in a cave and I set them reindeer free. Yeah, Santa, he's a capitalist. He don't like you or me. Well, the capitalists all love Santa 'cause he brings them profit and joy. The capitalists all need Santa 'cause they want their Christmas toy. They love their yachts and dancing girls while they put the screws to you. Yeah, the capitalists all love Santa, but today I think he's blue. Dancer and Prancer got taken in by a great big herd of elk. It's Christmas Day, Santa's got no sleigh. He ain't gonna deliver no toys today. No, he ain't gonna deliver no toys today. No milk and cookies to take to his sleigh. One less elf to work for low pay. I didn't know Dancer and Prancer were.
Well, how about that? You just had a couple of steel guitars.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Had a couple of steel guitars, and you got a new country song there.
Oh, man. That was marvelous. That was marvelous. Hey, you have to sometimes you have to have some fun for this stuff, man, when you see what's going on. My God. Anyway, folks, we are going to have a great show. Let's give a hand to the one and only Jack Van Bever. Yay! All right. Listen, Jack, let me tell you. Thank you, sir. Look, we're going to have a great show for you folks. We're going to have a great show. But I don't know how I beat Jack Van Bever on that. Well, you know how? I don't. Anyway, them say hell no to Trump back spending bill. And we have a TikTok influencer's horrifying healthcare story. And you know what? Because I know there are not any calls yet, I think that's where I'm going to start with the horrifying TikTok young lady's healthcare story. I tell you this, folks. Her story is the story of millions of Americans. So as we go through Christmas, as we sit back and think about all that has happened this year, as we sit back and realize that likely the country, if you take a look at the chaos that's happening in Washington right now, that we made not just a strategic mistake, but a mistake that will hurt us for at least, well, actually for more than 4 years, because the damage that's going to be done with the deficits which will create based on how our current monetary system works, based on how it will create. Let me tell you a few truities before we get started. Because there are these fallacies that Republicans are the folks who are fiscally responsible with your money, with your tax dollars. There is this concept and belief that they are better for the economy, that they're business related. That has in at least my lifetime, in other words, since the 80s, that has never, ever been true. And even before that, we've shown you studies, fact-based numerical studies that shows the economy does substantially better. This is not hyperbole. This is not, I think. This is not maybe. And this is something that it irks me that Democrats don't point out strategically and all of the times. Here is a statement of fact. You can look it up. You can either read articles about it or go to the government numbers at the labor and statistics, etc., and find and do the numbers yourself. The government, or rather the economy, always does better comparatively under Democrats than it does under Republicans. And even the great miracle of Ronald Reagan, that was only a miracle after he left office and people made it seem more than it was, even that paled in comparison to the economies that we had under presidents like Clinton, which saw the most employment in this country, largest rise in employment in this country, bar none. It wasn't Reagan. It was Clinton. But you see, Clinton had a scandal where he couldn't keep his peace in his pants. But his economy was better than Reagan's economy. And if you take a look at economy after economy, the Democratic economy has always been much better than Republican economy. And let's not talk about deficits. It's a statement of fact that deficits grow larger under Republicans and Democrats. And here's the reason why. Republicans are always ready to tax cut. Yes, it's true. Democrats are always ready to spend. But Democrats generally come close to paying for their spending because they do not have an aversion to taxing appropriately. In fact, if we taxed the billionaire class more, we would have less of the billionaires. Because remember what I stated, there is no billionaire, none, that has earned their billion. Not one. Neither the good ones or the bad ones. Neither Bill Gates, nor Jeff Bezos, nor Elon Musk. None of them earned it. You did. So again, the economy always does better under Democrats. That's a statement of fact that is verifiable and quantifiable. And the budget deficits grow larger under Republicans. That's verifiable and quantifiable. And the guy, 49% of Americans just elected, had the largest deficit in recent history. And that was even Nikki Haley, when she thought she had the possibility of beating Donald Trump, even then, she pointed out that truth, something that rarely comes out of Republicans relative to the deficit. So before I go to the healthcare story, I want to infuse this into your minds. And I want you to go ahead and say, let me fact check Egberto. Please do. The economy always grows much better under Democrats, and the deficit grows larger under Republicans. Look it up. And the other issue, folks, is this. I want you to recall what happened when Obama came into office, what he had to fix. What happened when Clinton came into office, what he had to fix. What came after, what's going to come after Donald Trump when somebody had to fix. Already Biden had to fix his screw up from the first administration. And that our media does not go out profusely and make these statements that are statements of fact and allow Republicans to get on TV every Sunday and every day and bloviate, mislead, misrepresent, serves one purpose, or it teaches us one thing. Neoliberalism occurs in the center of both parties. And that's why you will never hear the truth, because if Americans knew the truth, we would be way left of where our voting indicates. Anyway, let's go to that video right now. It's very important. And this story is about a young lady, okay? And this young lady had an appendicitis. And the appendicitis was, 3 days before when the pain started, she was also pregnant. She went to the doctor and they sent her home. That's not really anything. You're just fine. As she kept on getting sicker and sicker, they finally took her to the hospital. The hospital then realized, oh my God, this is a serious case of appendicitis. They had to ship her to another hospital. That meant taking a trip to another hospital. It turns out this hospital was out of network. I want you to hear her story. I swear, I hope at some time I can bring this woman on, because her story is not solely her story. Her story is a story that will affect at some time a large percentage of America. So listen to this TikTok. I'm going to play. I think I got it set up correctly, and we'll take it on the other side.
Recent death of this United Healthcare CEO, I feel like I need to air my dirty laundry. It's been 5 years in the making. Pregnant. First of all, let me just say this video has all the trigger warnings, every trigger warning. So just proceed with caution. I had excruciating pain in my right lower quadrant of my abdomen, and I was 20 weeks pregnant. I went to the ER in my town that I lived in, and the nurses and physicians there were atrocious to me, humiliating designated me, told me that I was exaggerating and that I had a UTI and that the blinding pain I was experiencing was actually the baby sitting on my bladder, and they sent me home. So fast forward 3 days later, and I felt like I was dying. My husband took me back to the ER, and a different ER physician who was very compassionate confirmed that I had appendicitis, not a UTI. So I'd been sitting at home with appendicitis for 3 days. That hospital then emergently sent me by ambulance, which was one of the most harrowing and painful experiences I've ever had, up to a big hospital in St. Louis where I could be treated, where they then determined that I did, in fact, have appendicitis and scheduled me for emergency surgery. My son that I was carrying survived the surgery until the next morning when I delivered him, and he passed away in my arms. About 45 minutes after I lost him, I suffered a pulmonary embolism and lost about 3 liters of blood. So I had to have an emergency D&C because I couldn't deliver the placenta, and I felt life leaving my body and saw visions and had what I now know was an actual near-death experience because I was dying. I survived all this. On the 3rd day of being in the hospital, a doctor I'd never seen before came into my room and told me that I had been sent to a hospital that was out of my insurance network. Mind you, I got pregnant very close together with my first son. I had him in February of that year, and this is now December. So we had met our deductible for the year, and the one comfort that my husband and I had in all of this was at least we won't have a bill. It's all covered because we already met our deductible. But we were wrong because the hospital who had misdiagnosed me sent me to a hospital that was not in my insurance network. The kicker is literally across the street. I'll put this here. It could have taken me to Missouri Baptist Hospital, which was in network, and everything would have been covered. So this doctor I'd never seen before told me I could either be sent by ambulance across the street to Missouri Baptist, which was covered, or I could go home. Now, I also want to say that my hemoglobin was 7.0 at this time. If it had been 6.9, I would have needed a blood transfusion. I was in grief that I had never known before. I was in shock. I was all of the things, and I just wanted to go home. We ended up with a bill from the hospital that was more than what we paid for the home that we live in. And it was going to take probably, 20 to 30 years to pay off this hospital bill. It's not like my husband and I made a lot of money. I was a hospice nurse at the time. And we opted to have to file bankruptcy, but not before. I exhausted every appeal with Cigna. I wrote letters. I spilled my heart out. I talked on the phone. I explained our situation and our story, thinking surely someone would understand this was not my fault. This was not my fault. On the 3rd and final appeal, because they only allow you 3, Cigna's appeal physician told me point blank, it was my fault when I was dying from a ruptured appendix in the ER that I didn't check and make sure that the hospital I was being sent to by ambulance was in my insurance network, and I was denied the final appeal, saying that we owed the entire bill. So we filed for bankruptcy. And all of this was also in the height of COVID. I'm still not sure how I lived through this, how I got through it by the grace of my therapist. But I say all this to say insurance companies don't care about you. Hospitals and a lot of doctors don't care about you. Just this week, because of this event that I'm describing, it triggered a latent autoimmune disease inside of me called ankylosing spondylitis, which is something that's incurable and causes me not only insane fatigue, but stiffness and pain throughout my body where I can't even pick up my kids or get on the floor and play with them. That new rheumatologist sent me to a lab to get blood work, their quote unquote lab. And I got sent a $2,000 bill because their lab wasn't in network, but the physician wasn't looking out for me. The doctor's office wasn't looking out for me. And at this point, that's my fault. I should have paused and said, no, just because this is your quote unquote lab, I need to double check, but I didn't. I trusted them again. So all of this to say, you have to be your own advocate. And how can you be your own advocate when you're in the middle of a life or death health emergency? I don't know. It's beyond me. I couldn't even think straight. So I don't know how I was supposed to, call my insurance and say, hey, can this ambulance take me to this hospital? But apparently it was my fault. So, there's all this uproar about people thinking it's hysterical that this man was murdered and lost his life. And I'm a love and light kind of person. I care about humanity. I think every person has the capacity to be a better person and change and get second chances. But when they're profiting off of the deaths and this illness and sickness and pain and grief off of human beings, it doesn't really surprise me.
Heard what she said. Not advocating murder or anything, but after she's gone through what she's gone through, and after seeing that the insurance company cared nothing about her life, but was ready to suck money out of her for the malpractice of the healthcare system to her, and that it is, again, ultimately the buck stops with those who run these companies. She said, it doesn't surprise her that people, when they don't have a last resort, that they act out. And I want people to think about that. Now, she gave a follow-up because apparently some people started to give her some issues. So what I want to do is I want to go with the follow-up that she has, because there are certain parts of the follow-up that's even a bit more biting. I want you to listen to this. And then, of course, again, we'll take it on the other side, because this is something that should not be happening in America. This is something
in response to my first video where I talk about lots of trigger warnings, my experience of almost dying, of losing my baby, and then having to file bankruptcy because of the U.S. healthcare system. I have gotten, first of all, I want to thank everyone for their kindness that they've shown me and the messages of sharing your own stories. I have gotten this comment more than any other comment. Apologize if I wasn't clear in the first video. I am still 5 years later in an active lawsuit against the first hospital that misdiagnosed me, and in my humble opinion, caused the death of my son and almost myself, along with the cascade of health problems that I'm still dealing with, the grief, the insurmountable grief. Our finances have never recovered from this situation. I could go on. And I also want to clarify that I am not trying to say that I feel like CEOs or other individuals should be murdered. I'm just saying that given my lived experience, I am not surprised that this happened. How can there be reform in healthcare without loss of life? But the problem is there is loss of life. It's us, the common people. I didn't wake up the morning of November 26, 2019 and say, my appendix is going to rupture this morning and cause the loss of my child I was carrying and almost cause my own death and create a pulmonary embolism where I'd have to have a second emergency surgery, DNC, and lose all these liters of blood and kickstart this latent autoimmune disease that's incurable that I'm going to get to live with for the rest of my life. I didn't wake up that morning choosing this. So I think it's important to recognize that human beings deserve the right to healthcare. When you place profit above people, you are saying that my existence only serves to benefit the few, millionaires, multimillionaires, billionaires. And so that is why I shared my story, because it's important for our stories to be heard and shared. That my situation, unfortunately, is not an isolated case. Human beings and their grief and their lived experiences deserve to be heard and seen, and there needs to be reform. Almost every other developed country in the free world has universal health care. I've also had a plethora of comments saying, well, why don't you just leave the United States? The United States literally has made it where you are living paycheck to paycheck. Most people are lucky. Most people are lucky to be living paycheck to paycheck in this country. After this event, there's no savings to be had. There's no out from this country. I live in fear that something could happen to me or one of my loved ones again, and then I don't know what. I also wanted to mention that in this event that occurred in 2019, my husband and I were paying, it was either between $500 or $700 a month for Cigna insurance to be denied. Yeah, it's my story. Some people have also expressed that they have trouble believing my story, and I get that because my story is insane. It's hard to conceptualize.
Yeah. So anyway, yes, it's hard to believe that this is real. But you know what, folks? It is real. We've gone through it ourselves in as much as we've had insurance and had to fight these guys to the nail. Not only the insurance company, but the private emergency rooms, etc., etc. Bridge MCP points out something that is very important, and that is women get a different treatment than men get at hospitals. In her case, she had a heart attack. The guy next to her had heartburn. Of course, he got care. By the time they got around to her, they found out she was the one with the heart attack. The guy who got all the care was the one getting the real cure for something. We spend a lot of time deconstructing the news, trying to parse. Okay, folks. Now, these are true stories. I've lived it. I've had my own experience at KPFT where I had catastrophically high blood pressure, 240 over 150 something. And Robert came with a machine, one of our board of directors, and checked my pressure, blew the machine up. Well, I'll tell that story another time because I have callers. Let's go to Andres. Come on in, Andres. Okay, Jeremy. Come on in, Jeremy.
Hi, good morning, Alberto. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to mention that the Catholic Church defines healthcare as a human right. And I think so many of my Catholic brothers and sisters don't realize that when they vote for people who don't feel that healthcare is a human right, and when they don't speak out about it, they're really not following their faith. And I think that I just wanted to throw that out there and maybe plant the seed so that if people haven't learned by their actions in the last election, they might vote their own self-interest and vote, a little more Christian.
So I appreciate that call because I think that is so important. What has happened, Jeremy, is and those of you who consider yourself evangelicals, I'm not hitting you specifically. I'm hitting your leadership, the shepherds. Okay. But a large portion of the evangelical church has have made being evil vogue, wanting to kick people out of the country, not wanting to give universal health care, wanting to get into the capitalist system of tax cuts and laissez-faire, all these things. They have jumped on board. And here's the problem, my brother Jeremy. There are some people who follow their shepherds by, that's just how they grew up. The church leader is my leader. Whatever he says goes. The church is one place that we don't have a democracy. It has always been an autocracy. But that said, if it's doing good, hey, it's great, right? Like the Catholic Church does some great things all over the world when it comes to poverty, etc. But my God, if you have it on the wrong side, you can turn otherwise good people into doing bad things. Anything else, Jeremy, before I jump to Andres?
Oh, no, not at all. Have a great day and a great weekend.
Thank you, my brother. Merry Christmas to you too, sir. Let's go to Andres. Come on in, Andres.
Hello. Can you hear me well?
Hello, sir. Talk to me.
I've got kind of a crazy story.
Okay.
First of all, I've gone practically like 10 years without health insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that my wife was a victim of the medical system because of all the medications that she was put on. When I had a certain event, I was at work and I had this terrible feeling like in my gut, like heartburn. And I commented to a person that was there, and they said, "Hey, well, I have some bicarbonate of soda, and that might take care of it." So I did. Except that after about a minute, I had to go puke. And eventually I had to call my boss to come, take my place because I had to go home. And on the way home, I was passing by the hospital where my late wife, worked. And I looked over and I thought, with this pain that I have here, I should really go to the emergency room. But I thought of the things that happened to us. And so instead, no, I went home. And I was trying to control this pain, meditate through it, whatever. And for some reason, something told me, hey, you tried bicarbonate, which is basic, and water. Why not acid and water? So I had like a half a lemon. And I tell you, I wasn't even aware that the pain had gone away, but it was like within seconds. And that was like 10, 11 years ago. Later on, I heard that those probably are symptoms of, ¿cómo se le llama? Un infarto.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, que tenías un ataque de corazón, claro. Yes.
No, es lo que aparentemente después me di cuenta, ¿verdad? En ese momento no lo sabía. Yo todo lo que tomé, ¿verdad? Fue la idea de que de tomar un agua con limón y eso me quitó el dolor y como digo, eso hace 10, 11 años.
I get it. What he's saying is after he took some lime and water, apparently it alleviated this pain. And likely the pain was caused by an infarct. An infarct, señores, un infarto es un ataque de corazón, un bloqueo del corazón. Pero lo que creo que me estás diciendo es que quizás el ácido abrió tus venas. You thought that maybe the acid opened up your veins after you drank the acid, and it probably had some sort of an effect to open things up somewhat. Is what you're saying, correct?
Absolutely. It wasn't just plain water. It was a mineral water.
Mm-hmm.
And make sure you don't say lime. Lemon, it was what I said.
Lemon,
because,
okay.
Yeah, because anyway.
Well, we're not going to give medical advice here, but let me just say something, okay? There is reality that there are a lot of homeopathic methods of solving problems, but we would never here on the radio attempt to tell folks if they have the chest pains that you have, that lemon and water would take care of it. But again, on the individual basis, if you know something that we don't and you know it's effective. Now, you also claim that your wife was likely affected by the medicines that came from the pharmaceuticals, and you had some issues with that. So, look, I understand that, entiendo eso, but here's the thing. I think that the fact that you passed that hospital feeling as sick as you did, and the first thing on your mind is, I don't have insurance. Let me go home and take the pain. That alone tells you how systemically broken our healthcare system is. And I think you would agree with that.
I disagree in this way. Insurance was not the problem. I had no confidence that they would be able to solve the problem. Because I myself had problems before where something gastric was going on, right? And I would go to my regular doctor and he would give me something that would seemingly control it, okay? But he almost always told me, hey, lay off the sauce. Lay off the sauce. Until one time, and we're talking 1980s? No, it would have been 1990s.
Right.
I was definitely puking green, and I went to the emergency room in the same hospital that my wife was working at, and they immediately found out that I had, gallstones. And so they sent me to surgery, and then they took out my gallbladder. But the thing is that I had been dealing with that for years with the same doctor. Oh, it's no biggie. Just lay off the sauce. Oh, it's no biggie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Let me just say, I hear you. Okay, I hear you. And believe me, a lot of people don't have confidence in the medical system either, but they're not mutually exclusive. Medical system failures, healthcare systems, payments via insurance, failure. But hey, Andres, I have some other calls. I do appreciate your call and thank you for telling us your story. And I may call you someday and say, hey, what homeopathic remedy do you have for me, my brother? Anyway, muchas gracias, Andres. Tenga buen día. ¿Está bien?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, let's go to Brother Harry. Come on in, Harry.
Feliz viernes, hermano Humberto Willis. Good
Perfecto,
morning.
hermano. ¿Cómo va todo? How are you doing, my dear brother?
I'm doing good. My brother is doing good, and I gave him your regard. There's something he wants to talk to you about as far as that he feels you should talk on the show more about. But I'll let him discuss that with you when he's ready to call you.
Excellent.
And good I'm sorry for what happened to Andres, and I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad he's got through that, and I hope that he's got insurance. So when if he has problems in the future, that the insurance will be able to cover him, and then he has the right doctors that will whatever happens with him. If he has any more gallbladder problems, that they'll get through that, or if anything else services,
No problem, Harry. I got some full calls, so thank you for giving him kudos. But let me hear your subject.
Yeah, okay. And then I wanted to that woman the video. But I was just wondering what her name was.
I don't have her name, but guess what? I'm glad you asked. I found her. I am in contact with her. She says she's going to pray on whether to do the interview because, again, she's kind of weary about doing radio because there's some other things going on in her life as well. But she thinks she'll do it. So I think I have a gut feeling that she wants to do it. So when that happens, I'll bring it to our audience. Thank you for that, Harry. Anything else?
I was going to tell you a couple other things. When that woman was talking about she had the wrong, they sent her to the wrong hospital. When my brother and I went into the hospital, when my brother had to go to another hospital to have his heart condition checked, we made sure that the Ambetter insurance that he signed up for would cover that hospital. Because we went to Pearland and then we went to HCA Clear Lake, and it covers that. So it's very important to make sure when you go in an ambulance and when the hospital wants to send you to another hospital, that your insurance covers that.
Okay,
now,
I thank you for that, Harry. But I want to add to that. Our system, when you are in your most dire straits, when you are in harm, when you're in pain, when you are in an emergency, nobody should have to think about what hospitals you're going to, what ambulance to use, etc. That is really horrendous, but that's what you have to do now. All right, Harry, real quick, I got a full line. You got 10 seconds, bro.
I heard about, listening to RNR's show, she had this Simon. They were talking about how they want a part that Congressman Jim Clyburn says that Joe Biden should pardon.
Oh, no, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yep. I saw Jim Clavin saying that. Ridiculous completely. I got to go, Harry. Thank you for bringing that up. We'll talk about that another time. Let's go to MC. MC, come on in.
Good morning.
Good
Years
morning,
ago,
MC.
when I realized that I could no longer afford health insurance, I decided to fight back, and I have successfully. My way of fighting back was to learn. I mean, I had to go to the library and read a bunch of books, but I learned how to eat very well. Excuse me. And I don't mean to eat expensively, but to eat very well with vegetables, et cetera, and to get some reasonable exercise. I have done those things for, over 5 years, and I am healthier now than I ever have been. So I recommend a good diet and a reasonable amount of good exercise as ways to fight back against the health industry.
Now, first of all, that is some great advice about taking personal responsibility so that you can have control over things like high blood pressure, obesity, and all those other factors. So I am 100% with you there as far as that being a fight. But I want to talk about a bigger fight. If you take very good care of yourself, MC, and that's great and commendable. But if you get hit by a car with a broken leg, your good eating isn't going to solve that problem. You're going to have to get into the healthcare system. And one of my fights is to make sure that you are protected under that situation as well. I don't want you losing your home, your livelihood, or your wealth because of something that you have no control over. You are so right. You have control over the healthy part of living with how you eat, with how you exercise. What you don't have control over is somebody putting you in a position not caused by you. So I thank you for that message, but I want people to keep in the back of their head, we must change this system to protect you against all possibilities. And I think you would agree with that.
I do agree. Thanks for the time. Goodbye.
Thank you so kindly, MC. Let's go to Augie. Come on in, Augie.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you guys.
Merry Christmas, brother.
Sometimes the first thing you see when you go into the emergency room is somebody from administration that wants to check your insurance, what you got. My sister worked for University Hospital in San Antonio, and she and her husband decided to go to Corpus Christi, but she had some health problems, so they checked out, make sure that they were covered in Corpus Christi. Well, she had some kind of medical problem, had to go to the emergency room, but it was packed. And the person that saw them asked them about what insurance they got. And there's a lot of different insurance companies now. And so he went down a whole list of insurance companies. He didn't see the one that she had. He overlooked it. But that's because he was swamped with a lot of people in the emergency room. And so before they could take care of her, they said they would have to pay $3,000.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, they could afford it. And they paid it, and they were taken care of. And so she went back to University Hospital and talked to them and said, I thought you said I was covered. And said, you are. So she called back that hospital, and this said, oh, yeah, I forgot. The guy overlooked that she was covered. But they were still at that $3,000, but they were lucky they had that money. But,
did they ever get their money back?
Huh? Nope, they didn't get their money.
That's thievery if they were under. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So even if you're covered, and you know it, if the guy at the emergency room says you're not, there's but you're going to be in an emergency. Sometimes, if you got the money, you're not going to fight it. You just want the care.
Yeah,
Luckily,
exactly.
But another thing you said about Bill Clinton, he didn't go after her. She went after him. And that attorney general was a Republican. It was the third attorney general that saw this case. He was brought up on a land deal in Arkansas. He and Hillary were going to buy this piece of land from a crook.
Yeah, Whitewater.
Yeah, Whitewater. But the two previous attorney generals saw the evidence and said there was no basis for that case. But the third Republican attorney general saw that same evidence. He knew there was no case, but he brought it up anyway. And Bill Clinton did not have to answer that question about that girl. It had nothing to do with the case that he was brought up for. But being Bill Clinton and Hillary, they always they answer every question that the Republicans bring against them. Which is, you can't say that for the Republicans when they have a hearing. They say the Fifth Amendment, whatever, and they refuse to answer questions. But Bill and Hillary.
Hey, Augie, I got a whole bunch of calls coming up, but look here, brother. Thank you so kindly for the call as usual, and thank you for the support as usual as well, my brother. And happy Merry Christmas. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. All right, let's go to, I think, up next, Betty. Come on in, our beautiful Betty.
Yeah, I'm here. Well, it's all a bad thing about our doctors and hospitals. That's true. But I'm on a Trump blow-off. I am. Under him, it's not going to be a love boat. Get your life jackets and your lifesavers, and we'll be, looking and waiting and skating on thin ice for a long, long 4 years. And also, America, our reputation and our feelings in our life are being dragged through the mud by this January the 20th big ugglebutt. And we all need to use our senses about us now.
Thank you.
Time. Love y'all.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
sis. Love you too, girl. Let's go to Curtis. Come on in, Curtis.
Hey, good morning, Berto.
Good morning, my brother. Talk to me.
Yeah, I just want to state these couple of things real quick. The lady who spoke on the interview, who told her testimony, I hear that she was in the medical field, and the sad part about being in the nursing area is that because of high risk, you have the worst insurance. That's what I want people to know. It is the worst, and it's very expensive. I also want to just say this because I want to talk about just the solution part. If we would just deal with why certain companies use out-of-network and in-network issues, then we could fix it. Because believe me, I know, because my family, we've been in the medical industry for a while. There's no difference between the hospital across the street from you and the one next to you when it comes down to the price of what it costs to take care of a patient. So the question is, you have to figure out, why do certain companies use one hospital and don't use the other? We know it's for profit, and we talked about this before. I've been in many other countries, and I've seen free healthcare is not that great in a lot of countries. But what I can say is America can afford it, but it is the greed. And for that, I don't think we can fix it here in America unless we really deal with stopping the out-of-network, in-network issue. We should make these companies only use in-network, all hospitals. Because believe me, I know, because I profit from it, and I can tell you now that there is no difference. But what they do is they get you confused on why you have to pay more for another bill. I've seen a patient, and I've seen a person pay $50,000 for a broken hand.
Yes.
Out of network.
Let me just add to that. That is the same thing that every capitalist company does, right? They have coupons. Those people who really want to search for coupons get a break on the price. What it allows them to do is make more money than having all the prices one price that's a low price. If they put a very high price, they know some people will pay the high price. And then they also throw coupons out there for people who will never pay the high price, but they still want to make a sale because some sale is better than no sale. So they have coupons. In effect, my brother, your in-network hospital is a coupon, and the out-of-network hospital is without a coupon. I mean, it's a standard capitalist model. You made a mention about you've seen what free healthcare look in other countries, and you're correct that other countries, all of them much poorer than the United States, free healthcare is difficult. I mean, but that's what they give because they see healthcare as a right. In Panama, we give healthcare as a right. Is it like the United States? No, you have to carry a lot of times your own toilet paper. But again, you will never go bankrupt. However, if you go to France, you have excellent healthcare, universal, that all pay for, and it actually works. You go to Canada, at least they have a drug problem, but again, the same thing applies as well. It is important for us to understand that if we simply went with the Medicare for all, it wouldn't be free healthcare. We all pay for it, but we all become one risk pool. And our healthcare costs would be the healthcare costs of one risk pool instead of some capitalists trying to make a profit on all of our backs. So, Curtis, thank you very much for letting me get a chance to talk about the in-network and out-of-network. Please keep listening and please call back, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, brother. Let's go to Randy real quick. Randy, real quick, about 30 seconds. Okay, let's go to Bruce. Are you there, Bruce? All right, let's go to Brian.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, go on, Brian.
Okay, who was disqualified for the Trump case? Did you bring that up yet?
Yeah, sure. I know Fannie Mae got disqualified. That doesn't mean she will remain disqualified, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Did you talk about it today at all?
Why would I?
Was she? Yeah, of course. You didn't like the outcome, so you don't talk about it.
I don't talk about it because it's not the subject of discussion today, nor does it have any import.
Yeah. How much did her boyfriend make so far off the case?
How much does anybody make off of the job that they did over those years? But Rand, if you're gonna let's talk about something worth talking about. What do you want to add to the discussion?
All right, you're talking about healthcare. You said what happens if you get hit by a car?
Yes.
Somebody's got insurance. Yeah. Don't make it think that you're not going to get healthcare because you got hit by a car. That's what you're implying. Correct?
No, what I'm saying is if you get hit by a car and you have to go ahead and get care, the bill is coming to you. But you will get care, but you will get a bill. If you don't have insurance, that bill will be quite high.
State law and federal law, they cannot deny anyone health care coverage.
Again, sir, we're not talking about the denial of health care. We're talking about what happens with the bill. That's what we're talking about.
You're talking about denial or availability?
No, we're talking about a bill. Again.
No.
Have a nice day, Brian. I mean, if you want to have a discussion, let's have it on equal terms, okay? Randy, come on in.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I want to say something to the American people. We're giving up too much of our personal power. Healthcare is the responsibility of the individual. Wound care, trauma care is what you negotiate with the corporations. We've given up too much of our stuff. My health care is my personal responsibility, the way that I take care of myself. I don't give that out to nobody. This is my body. My God gave it to me. I should take care of it. If I get hit by a car or some wreck or something, then that's what I negotiate with the state and with the corporation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Randy. I think we had a caller earlier. Her name was MC that made that statement as well. Look, let me tell you something that the right always puts into people's head with the argument. When MC called and MC said, if you get hit, and I told MC, it's great that she takes personal responsibility, just like Randy just said as well. Take personal responsibility for your health. That is important, right? But my thing, what I fight for, is for the things that you have no control over. Again, there are certain cancers you're going to get, you don't have control over. There are certain genetic diseases you're going to get, you don't have control over. If a car hits you, you don't have control over. We should have, as a country, as a society means we come together to make things better for us all. We should at least have a system where you can, where you don't go bankrupt if something like that happens. And again, Brian tried to change the discussion. He's tried to say that I said you won't get help. That's not what I said. What I said, you won't be able to afford your bill. You could lose your home and everything else. Anthony, come on in. You got about 35, 45 seconds. Anthony, you're on. Anthony, I can't hear you. Please take yourself off mute. Okay, I can't hear Anthony at all. I don't know if there's something wrong with that line. But if you can hang up and call back real quickly, maybe we'll get you and you can get patched in quickly for a 30-second thing or something. Are you there, Anthony?
Yes, I'm not on mute.
Yeah, you're okay now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Brian is hearing what he wants to hear. You didn't say nothing about getting the coverage. You go broke. You lose your whole retirement paying for health care.
Right.
Anyway, it's so difficult to have universal health care. We have enough money in the Treasury to pay for the senators and the congressmen and the president's health care. Why don't we have enough money in the Treasury to pay for the American people health care, since they're putting all the money in the Treasury?
Thank you. You nailed it even simpler than it is, brother. You nailed it. Look, think about it. Every time we need to send some bombs to Israel or Ukraine, or anytime we need to fight a war, we find the money to do it, don't we?
Yes, we do, because those same people that are saying it's okay to bomb all those places are the people that are paying, that have stock in those companies that supply the bombs.
Exactly. And when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to humanity, they so quickly forget. Thank you so kindly, Anthony. I got to get out of here, okay?
Okay.
Thank you for your comment. Anyway, folks, let me throw it to the studio.
And another exciting day, another exciting conversation. And Egberto, I'm going to give it to Jack here.
Listeners out there, KPFT is in a silent fund drive right now, and we'd like sustainers. And like if you have want a year-end tax deduction, now's the time.
Thank you, folks. Please go to please go to kpft.org. kpft.org. Hit that donate button. Remember to select Politics Done Right as a program that you are contributing to. But please help us out. Help this program stay on air. You can go to politicsdoneright.com/newsletter for the rest of the program. Love you all. My name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right. And you guys know how I end this baby. I am what? Out. Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It. As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom. It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies. Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It. As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom. It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies.
Why did this happen? They won't go to the major news media, our friends and colleagues, are not going to go deep and find out exactly what it is. It's a symptom of something that's very wrong and has been very wrong for quite some time. But they won't portray it that way. I say they portray it, oh, he was a madman. He was crazy. He had a manifesto. No, he had enough. And when enough people have enough, this is what happens. Blood is spilled. It's unfortunate. It happens.
Before Jack, look, I have been trying to figure out how to say that in a manner that doesn't justify people going out and doing those kinds of things. But I mean, I think you nailed it, brother. You nailed it.
I don't think we should go out and do these sort of things, but these kind of things are going to happen when these companies conduct themselves in the way that they do. But, it's kind of like blaming the victim for the crime. Well, he was pushed into it somehow. We don't know how yet. But we have a sneaking suspicion that somehow, somewhere, some claim was denied or a lot of claims were denied. Somebody may have died. Someone very close to him, maybe his wife or child. And this is how he handled it.
It's interesting because I want to tag on to what you just said with something that Brian said when he called in yesterday. Remember, he accused me, not both of you, but he accused me of not liking America because I complain about the system. These are the kinds of things. I mean, we don't know exactly what happened, but we know that what these insurance companies do to people, and we know that it's inhumane what they do. And
we know the result of what happened. The result of what happened is the man is dead.
Yes.
No bonuses are going to bring him back.
Right.
But we need to know why.
Exactly.
I think we know why. But then again, okay, well, that's I'm going to contemplate on that for a while. Jack, he has a page of wisdom, and we've already got a caller here, so let me go grab that.
All right, Brother Jack.
Good morning, Egberto.
Good morning, my brother. How you doing this morning?
All right, I happen to be on the same wavelength as y'all this morning, so I'm going to go. This is since Medicare Advantage is the Medicare sign up is, I think it's over tomorrow.
Yes.
So I think it's really important to expose the scam that is Medicare Advantage, blow this issue up to the citizens and bring lawfare against the insurance companies that profit off of people's misery as they deny their patients' need for treatment. There is one major problem with bringing a lawsuit against the take advantage of you insurance companies. The Supreme Court of the United States has been corrupted by Citizens United, which gave corporate interests their priority. And the first thing that must be done is balance the Supreme Court, or the citizens are dead in the water, with a Supreme Court that will choose corporate profit over the well-being of its citizens. Bringing down Medicare Advantage would be a good start at exposing the corporate abuses of citizen patients by the healthcare industrial complex.
Brother, you nailed it. You nailed it. And since, let me first say today's subject is Jayapal and Sanders school Musk on healthcare and Europeans' thoughts about America's Trump sin. But since Jack brought up an important thing, the important thing that the deadline for signing up for Medicare Advantage is the 7th. And there are so many people that are being hoodwinked into changing the Medicare, this traditional Medicare that they have, to Medicare Advantage because they see the overall cost, the immediate monthly cost to them drop sometimes if they take Medicare Advantage, not realizing what's going on. Well, yesterday I wrote a paper on Medicare Advantage where I pointed out that every time you sign up for Medicare Advantage, that insurance company gets $12,000. So whenever you go ahead and sign that insurance, and I call them crooked because they are selling something that is making you, not good for you. Whenever they make that sale, that there's $12,000 that insurance company is sure to receive. And there are additional benefits they get if they code your illnesses right, etc. But also that immediate person that's selling you get a few thousands as well. And, so when they take you out to breakfast and when they take you out to dinner, you notice they'll take 10, 12, 15 of you to dinner or whatever, that insurance agent. And some of you will sign up. He's got himself or herself a windfall at your expense going forward. Because many times when you find out that the Medicare Advantage you bought not only is private insurance, not government-based insurance, but you can't easily get back to government insurance because at that point you can't afford the Medigap that pays a 20% from Medicare. They've already screwed your life. But let me tell you what hurt me the most yesterday after going through a lot of reading. Our brother, Thom Hartmann, who, has the Thom Hartmann show, he wrote a paper as well. And he posted that paper on Substack. And, those of us doing this kind of work, we are trying to inform people about, the things that, many people don't have the time to research on their own. So Thom Hartmann pointed out all the bad things that Medicare Advantage represents. And then there are a bunch of these people. And remember, Medicare Advantage is a private system. The purpose of Medicare Advantage isn't to cure you or to give you health care. That is just a side benefit. These investment companies create these insurance companies to make a buck on whatever they sell, whether it be oranges, whether it be cars, whatever. They are there to make a buck. And I don't have a problem making a buck. But making a profit on your health is an issue because your health is secondary to the profit. And these are the things that Thom Hartmann tried to explain in his paper. And it sickened me to watch our false sense of individualism, our false sense of what's right just for us and not for us, the individual, and not us, the collective, all of us. I saw too many stories of older folks going and saying, well, I love my Medicare Advantage. When I had Medicare alone, I had to get a supplementary from dental and hearing and etc. While I pay less and I get all of that with Medicare Advantage. And that's all that they see, that their upfront costs is less. They don't see that they may have deductibles. They don't see that the medication that they may need, that doctor prefers for them, is denied by the insurance company. And by the way, denied by the insurance company doesn't mean you first ask the insurance companies. In my paper, I wrote that 7.4% of all pre-authorizations are denied. And that's a high number, but it's less than the 20% I had spoken about in the video that I did. But the reality is doctors know what pre-authorization is going to do. So instead of prescribing you medicine A, they may prescribe you medicine B because they know it won't go through pre-authorization. So that pre-authorization number looks lower than it really is. Because again, the doctors know, well, I can't give them that because that darn insurance company is not going to approve this. So there's a lot of negative things happening. But the way we are such suckers, and I say that with respect, and I say that though because the insurance companies know that they put pretty commercials on with smiling people and smiling agents, and we buy it up. We buy the production up that, my God, these companies care about us. They're giving us a good product. No company who sells you insurance for healthcare can possibly give you a good product or give you a better product than your government can give you. And the reason why is whatever money they spend is less money than they got for that service. The government provides much more efficient services for all of us in healthcare than a private company can, because they don't have. Remember, you see all those advertising that you see on TV, one after the other. Those are very expensive ads that you see for Medicare Advantage on TV. Those ads are expensive, and you get it on TV, on radio, in your mail. They spend billions of dollars trying to get you to sign up for Medicare Advantage. Shouldn't that tell you something? Shouldn't that tell you that if they're paying all that money to get you into private insurance, how much of a ripoff it is? Because they are paying for advertising. They're paying their executives millions of dollars a year. They're paying the insurance salesperson who gets you into that cabal. They are paying that insurance companies thousands of dollars for each person they bring in. Doesn't that tell you that that is money that they are not going to put into your healthcare, because they must make a profit for their shareholders? They must make their bonuses and all of that. Math is absolute. 1 + 1 will always equal to 2. 10 - 5 will always equal to 5. 10 - 4 will always equal to 6. And if they're spending all that money in advertising, that's money they're not going to spend on you. And the government doesn't have to spend a penny in advertising, which means all that money goes to you. Our problem in healthcare is not that we can't afford it, or it's not that it's expensive. It's that it's inefficient, because the private sector is inefficient in handling healthcare. Because healthcare is not like buying a car where you can go into a lot and say, choice number 1, choice number 2, choice number 3, choice number 4. Healthcare is, if you have cancer, you need to get it out. If you have some sort of a disease, you have to rid yourself of said disease. It's not like anything else. And everybody who says, I love my Medicare Advantage because it is good for you in that particular instant, stops you from critically thinking. One of the things we have to do as a society is critically think. Because something is good today doesn't mean it is good for you. When you drink, have you ever got antifreeze on your hands and just got a whiff and taste on it? It tastes good. Antifreeze is sugary, and you just put a tab on your tongue, and it's sweet. It's good. But will you drink antifreeze? Will you have a lot of antifreeze? No. And that's the problem with Medicare Advantage. It tastes sweet in the beginning, but it'll kill you. Now, a lot of people are already on it, and people would say, well, what are we to do? Well, instead of going online and telling people how good your particular Medicare Advantage is, help all of us trying to make a system that works for everybody. We have to critically think that it could be us. It could be the individual who, when we get a particular illness, that Medicare Advantage company says no. We have to be our brothers and sisters' keeper. We have to be not only for what's good for us at that instant in time, we have to be what's good for all of us permanently. And Medicare Advantage is the biggest scam there is. And it's something that we must rid ourselves of. But let me tell you better. 50% of Americans are now on Medicare Advantage, or probably a little north of 50%. If we were to rid ourselves of Medicare Advantage, we could make a better Medicare, and that better Medicare would pay the 20% that it doesn't pay right now. After I handle the calls, I want to tell you something about some numbers. But before, people, I know for a lot of seniors, saving a few dollars feels good. Getting a bit groceries purchased for you makes you feel like you're getting something. You're not. That groceries that they buy for you, all the taxpayers that are paying into Medicare are paying that bill. That bill, that insurance company gets your groceries or reduce XYZ. All the people paying into Medicare are the ones paying that bill. And later on, when you need the best care, that Medicare Advantage will not be there for you because, again, their sole purpose is not your health care. Their sole purpose is to make monies for their shareholders and bonuses for their executives. So without further ado, let me go to the first call. Patrick, come on in. I left you. I missed you on the 3:00 call yesterday, Patrick. We had some technical problems. Anyway, talk to me real quick.
That's not a problem at all. If Ray's listening, tell him happy belated birthday from me. And I got to hear what he had to say yesterday, and there's a lot of people that think the way he does. I'd like to point out that I don't really think that way, but the way I do think is I understand why that CEO was killed. And we're on healthcare this morning, so I'm staying on healthcare. We had a caller yesterday that some people thought were brilliant because they could divide 5,000 into 147 million. That argument was essentially over patents, correct?
Yes.
It was. Okay. So to even have an argument over a patent, it shows that this society is sick. What that man was arguing was that it was more important for somebody to get overpaid for an idea than it was to help people and to save people's lives. Patents keep innovation behind, and that can't be argued. You can't tell me that when somebody comes up with an idea or a chemical, that keeping it out of other people's hands for 10 years or longer.
17.
They can't study it. Okay, 17. So we're going to keep an idea or a chemical out of somebody's hands for 17 years that can be using it on something else. They can add or take away from that molecule, make mirrors of that molecule to do other things and save other people's lives. What that caller was essentially saying was the ranches and the second and third homes that these people are buying with that money is more important than the health and well-being of society in general. And when he comes back and he says, well, patents drive innovation, no, they don't. And we had more innovation before patents than we did after. Patents are just another way to take money from the poor and consolidate it amongst a few people. And so the fact that he even wanted to argue it, I'll let you interrupt in a second. The fact that he even wanted to argue that shows he's a sick individual and that a lot of us are sick.
I am so glad you said that, Patrick, because in my book, as I see it, Class Warfare, the Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, I pretty much say that in a chapter on patent law. And I pointed out in that chapter that listen to the things that patents have done. The gene that causes cancer, women cancer, the BCR, I don't remember. All these different things, these different companies attempted to patent, okay, and held up the development of other companies creating drugs for cancer that affects women because they patented. And how the hell do you patent something that nature created? But let me also tell you personally, it has affected my innovation. When I just left corporate America, my first product was going to be a cart program for commerce. Okay. It was going to web designs were just coming into the fold. I started to do HTML and all these other types of programming. And I started to build a product, a cart product. And you know what? The great billionaire today, El Señor Bezos, you know what he patented, sir? One click. And that is what I was actually building my product on. One click. You click one thing, you can go order your stuff, etc. that denied me the ability to build one click. And I'm just talking about myself here. That means there are thousands of other programmers who had the same idea and couldn't bring a product to market because Jeff Bezos patented one click and he got ahead of the market on everybody else. And what did it do? It did to him? It made him the billionaire. Right. So, I mean, there are so many instances like that. That's why I wrote this particular chapter in a class warfare type book. Right. To point out that it is the structures that we have in America that creates the income inequality and the wealth disparity. They make sure that those who have capital, those who can run and write a patent to hold on to it and stop other people from competing, that is why we have what we have. And they do the same thing in healthcare. And that's one of the reasons healthcare does not belong in the private market. And it's so sad. Anything else before I jump to John and Patrick?
Yeah, and that sounds kind of strange since capitalism thrives on competition. Well, I wanted to bring up Thanksgiving in the Philippines for Brian. The United States is a colonizing entity or country, and so we spread and force our celebrations onto other countries. That's why Philippines celebrates it. And then to Art, I'd like to tell him Happy Kwanzaa and Happy Holiday. And I'm curious, which of the seven saviors that were born of a virgin and rose 3 days after being killed is he celebrating? Because there's 7 of them.
Oh boy, thank you for. I mean, I'm. You know something. You always have some knowledge to bring to our program. Thank you so kindly, Patrick, and you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you at 3. Let's go to Johnny. Come on in, Johnny.
A theoretical, belated Happy Holiday Turkey Day. Happy Turkey Day to Patrick, and an early Happy Holidays to Patrick for the upcoming Xmas holiday. So, as a public service to our fellow time travelers who are changing their radiator fluid in their vehicles this week, remember, guys, because that ethylene glycol tastes sweet, not only to us, it tastes sweet to your dogs. Please, if you have a spill on the garage floor, please clean that up because it'll kill them. They'll drink that fluid up and they'll be dead.
Yes.
If you want to have a really happy holiday, be sure to clean that puddle up so your pooch don't become a puddle. You know what I liked? What Captain Reynolds Rap opened up with. He said they had the media should watch out how they treat this guy. He's right for a variety of reasons. Because for all we know, that guy could be an outraged Brian. It doesn't have to necessarily be an outraged Johnny. Don't forget, outrage goes across the board. They don't have they don't have a monopoly on outrage. We have two, but it could have been a right winger, just like it was 2 right wingers that took a pot shot at Donald Trump. So
yeah,
there's that.
But you know what, Johnny? Though I just want to add that and I want to build on Howard, and Howard can correct me if I'm seeing wrong. I don't even think Howard was thinking about this guy as in either right wing or left wing. I think Howard was pretty much saying this guy may be, the system may have just done him wrong. And the truth of the matter is, he's just, maybe my wife got denied by the insurance company and she died. I don't know. We don't know that. We're speculating, right? And when we speculate, we admit that we speculate, but we can actually go ahead, Howard.
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't know why he did this.
Right.
But we do know that this kind of thing is going to start happening a little bit more and more as we have more guns and more people who are frustrated with things. Mm-hmm. If you remember back some time, there was a man who flew his airplane into an IRS office.
In Austin, yep.
Austin, if you remember that. So this kind of stuff happens when people get boxed in.
Yeah.
Oh, I can relate to the Cessna. I fantasized about renting a Cessna and plowing to Rick Perry's bedroom at the mansion when he was in the governor's office. So I can relate, and I'm no right winger.
Well, right. I mean, it spans across all political theologies. That
Let me add one thing to your speculation, or you're saying how we should not speculate. It's human nature to speculate, and I will push back a little bit on what you're saying in terms of what we don't know. I think the circumstantial evidence right now, from what we have, is fairly strong to say that this guy was justifiably angry. How do we know? Those bullet casings have inscriptions on them. It wasn't no love letter to the CEO. It was telling him, hey.
I wasn't disputing you at all. Let me tell you, I wasn't disputing that from you. The reason I said right now for sure it's only speculation, because let me give you an alternative statement, okay? And that could be, this could be, and again, speculation, guys, speculation only. This is nothing in fact. But theoretically speaking, or not speculatively speaking, this could be a wife put a hit on her husband and make it look like it's a disgruntled insurance person. So there are a lot of things people could look in, So, I mean, I'm just saying. But I think it's more likely what all three of us believe, okay? I honestly think it's more likely what all three of us believe. But the other thing that should make you concerned is like, man, the guy had a silent silencer. Is that a professional hit or not? So I am all over the place on that. But I eventually come back to where you are, Johnny, where Howard is. Anyway, continue, Johnny.
Here's my speculation on you, Egberto, and then I have one other point. I think if you ever decide that you can't do this advocacy on the radio anymore, you could start writing novels, murder mystery novels.
You know what? It's so funny, Johnny. I hate doing. I only read technical or new stuff. I'm such a nerd. You'd not imagine, sir.
Well, now it's time for you to expand your repertoire and expand. And finally, before I hang up, to expand on Captain Reynolds' rap. Remember, he was saying how the long arm of the law will catch up to you.
Yes.
Not if you're Donald Trump or Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, Kevin McCarthy, Steve Scalise, Scott Perry, Mo Brooks, Jim Jordan, Marlboro Mouth, Mitch McConnell, Chuck Grassley, Lindsey Graham. You get the drift if you're Republican.
Oh my God! And that is what's so hurtful, because those. I tell you something.
If you are a Republican Party politician.
Sorry for interrupting you, Johnny. I got to go, Johnny. But before I go, I want to say this. Check this out. I want you to go ahead and list all those people that you list and find the commonality. We'll talk tomorrow about the commonality, okay?
They're Republicans, and they're selfish.
Take care, brother. We'll speak tomorrow. Thank you for calling in. Always have something interesting to say. Let's go to Brother Paul. Come on in, Brother Paul.
Hey, I just have a comment. I usually, this is the first time I call, but when you guys brought up patents, it just seems blatantly wrong in my mind.
Okay.
Because property ownership is one of the foundations of our country, and secure property ownership is one of the things that differentiates Western countries and their economies from other countries.
I am so happy you said that, sir. I'm so happy you brought that up. But let me finish your statement so I can ask you a couple questions.
Well, that's essentially what I was saying. I mean, I find myself being uber liberal on most things, but that just really kind of caught me in a wrong way.
All right, let me go ahead and talk a little bit about patents, right? I also thought about one click. Bezos thought about one click, and there's nothing special about me who thought about. I'm a programmer. I know about carts, and I thought about it. And when I did my patent search, I realized that it was already patented. I wasn't going to patent it. I just wanted to make sure I could do it, and I couldn't. Jeff Bezos didn't have $1 billion idea. He just monopolized on an idea. Is that right or wrong?
That's right. I mean, if you have the wherewithal and the ability to do it, you should. I mean,
but a patent, that's what I'm saying, my brother. The patent law prevents me from being able to compete in that market.
I don't.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So you disagree with that, correct? You're on my side there, correct?
I agree that what I'm saying, and I don't know if this is exactly what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that I think that the copyright gives you the right to own whatever you copyrighted.
All right, but it shouldn't. But it shouldn't stop somebody else. Again, let's say you and I. Let's say you came up with a way to stop a train. You create a brake system, and I also thought about that same process. Shouldn't both of I, because it's both our ideas independently, be able to profit from that? Should, instead of having patent law where a patent law says it prevents somebody else from doing something they copied from you, shouldn't they try to verify that it wasn't a copy, that you came up with the idea independently? And if that's the case, you should be able to do it as well.
That's correct, and I believe that's the way it works. I mean,
I know that's thank you, Paul, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's not the way it works. The way it works is whoever filed the patent and gets the patent, they have sole propriety over that, and in the case of drugs, for 17 years. That's all I'm saying.
Right. But I get it. I get what you're saying. But if you were to apply for a patent at the same time that Bezos applied for a patent, you guys would have been in court fighting over whose patent is
right.
Patent.
Right.
But that didn't happen because one of you filed, one of you did.
But what I'm saying is only one of us would have it, is all I'm saying. And what I'm saying is that's why Johnny talks about the patent law being, I'm not Johnny, Patrick spoke about the patent law that's stopping innovation, because what it does is it prevents people from, first of all, it increases the prices for everybody because somebody gets a monopoly on these things, right? And as opposed to if there are several people who actually develop this stuff, why not let them both have the marketplace? And that's what he meant by, and I don't think, listening to you, you're a fair guy. It doesn't seem to me like we disagree on that.
Yeah, so if I design something and it's particular and it's valuable and I patent it, I don't mind if someone pays me a royalty and also uses that design, or if someone even alters it and improves on it, hey, that's fine.
But what I'm saying, suppose somebody in the...
I want to own it.
But Paul, I'm saying your idea may not be the sole purpose in your mind, right? I mean, I could have the same idea that you have, but you patented and I didn't. Shouldn't I be able to profit on that as well because it was my original idea as well?
No, because
why
you
not?
didn't patent.
Okay, but what? So so you're saying, hold on a second. Let me get this right. So you're saying that our capitalist system puts a false way for someone to profit from something that many people think about. That's what you're agreeing with.
I am, and the reason I'm agreeing with it in this case, and this is one of the few cases I would agree with it in, is because we have a rule and we have laws, and if we don't follow them and create a structure that people can rely on, and in the case that you're talking about, you could not rely on a structure where anybody could do anything they wanted because it's out there.
Okay, but what I'm saying, no, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, you said it's the law, but it's a law because we wrote the law that way, right? It's the law because that's how we wrote it. But suppose we wanted to get honest and realize that many people can have the same idea. And if those are original ideas, those people should be able to profit from their original idea. You are saying I am stopping you from profiting from your original idea because somebody else had the capital, somebody had the finances to patent it, while you may not have had that to patent it, even though you had the same idea. Do you see the unfairness in that?
I do. I definitely do, and I don't think everything is fair in our society.
But can it? But my question is this. Hold on, Paul, because we're getting somewhere here. You agree that it's unfair, and you agree that it's a law, that we have to follow the law. Don't you then agree that if the law is unfair, we could make the law fair?
Yeah, but in this case, I don't know how you do that.
Let's do it. Let's say you said the people would have fought it out in court, right? So could we fight out in court that, well, we don't have any evidence to show that person A got the idea from person B? We could actually have that just like we litigate everything else in this country, couldn't we go ahead and litigate that as well? And that gives us a modicum of fairness.
I don't disagree with that, and that happens all the time with songs and singers.
But it doesn't happen with it happens with copyrights a lot of times. Like, when the person said this James Brown song was, or I think it was somebody, I don't remember which song it was. But so look, what I'm saying, I don't see. I look at your heart and I see the right thing, right? But I think we have to get away from the laws that was created by others for ulterior motives, right? And somehow think it's etched by God. Because we have to remember that laws are not divine. We created it, and all of us that create these laws many times have these biases why we create them. Some of the biases are not very good or not benevolent. So that's all I'm saying, to consider thinking about that. But look, that was an entertaining call, Paul, because I think our audience gets a chance to see the thought process there. But anything else before I jump? Patrick wants to respond real quick. So stay on, Paul. I'm going to let Patrick respond, have sort of a community conversation here. Patrick, come in with a quick response. Oh, I didn't want to drop Paul, but that's okay. Come on in, Patrick.
Oh, yeah. I was excited that he was going to stay on. I wanted to respectfully ask him if he thinks that the protection of property is more valuable than the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, because those two can conflict.
You know what? Patrick, if you listen to Paul, I think Paul was getting there, because what happens in our society, right, is we have laws defined, and you would hear Republicans talk about we are law and order, right? And that's what they really feel. And I don't disagree with them necessarily on the law and order thing if the law is just. But we have a lot of laws that are not just. And the patent law is one of those that are not just. And where I think we need to get people is to the point where they see if a law is not just, we actually have the ability to correct it. That's what I'm saying. Anything else, Patrick? This is your second.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if Paul had continued the conversation for a while, he would realize that life is more important than property.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's exactly what we're arguing.
Absolutely. And you know what? I think Paul is getting there, right? A lot of times what happened is how we were indoctrinated. Remember that, Patrick? We were indoctrinated. And it's how do we remove the indoctrination for that pursuit of liberty, happiness that you spoke about. But Patrick, my phones are full and I'm running out of time, so I got to go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, brother. Let's go to Eddie. I don't think I've ever heard from Eddie. Come on in, Eddie.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we talked the other day about the Donald Trump getting elected.
Oh, yeah. Talk to me.
This is a good conversation about patents, because I'm trying to understand how it's fair if I have an idea and you have an idea. How do we prove who had the idea first?
I don't even know if that's a real question, but I respect the question, right? But let's say you have the idea yesterday and I have the idea a year later, but my idea had nothing to do with your idea, right? I am denied my thoughts, my process, because of a false structure that says we need to have innovate. For us to have innovation and people investing in products, we need to create a patent system that give people the ability to hold on to that idea solely so they can profit. That's a false thing, because by me having an idea independent of you already proves that innovation happens and that we don't need a patent system for innovation. You see what I'm saying, Eddie?
Let me word it a little bit different. So let's say in that situation, I come up with an idea today. You come up with the idea a year from now. How do you show me that you didn't just look up my patent and say, this was my idea. This was my idea today. I thought of it all by myself. I should deserve to profit off this idea as well.
I don't, let me tell you, that may be above my pay grade, right? But there are a lot of things we have to prove in court, right? And there are things called like the preponderance of evidence and all that kind of stuff. Had this stuff been on the market? Had you seen it? I mean, there's a whole lot of ways that we can try to prove it, but I think we have to err on the side of the person who, we have, if it's in big circulation, yes. Okay. But I mean, again, there's a lot of independent thought. I can tell you that when I came up with the idea of one click, Bezos didn't even have one click on per se on the website. I mean,
maybe he did.
But what I'm saying, when I came up with one click, it wasn't something that other people saw. I didn't even know about Bezos, to put it bluntly. Okay. I didn't even know about anybody named Bezos with that book thing that he had. So what I'm saying is the patent system is completely unfair. And I mean, I think it's hard to not say that, it is something that stifles innovations and take away the livelihood of many smart people in this country. It's just
take livelihood from, if I spend a year in development and I put out cash and eventually this idea flops, I'm out all that money.
But and that applies to the other person who thought of the idea too, right? That's why, the free market is just that, a free market that where you fail and succeed. And for the government with a law to give you a benefit that, to put you above somebody else, it's not right. That's all I'm saying. And, you think about it. If you're sitting down in Timbuktu and you come up with an idea, just the same way this other person could invest and lose, that other person that's developing it can invest and lose too. There could be two people working and investing money in the same idea, independent of each other. You are picking and you're saying this guy gets to it first and that makes him a winner. I'm sorry. That is arcane. That's all I'm saying, Eddie. It's not a fair system.
I don't believe that method of thinking at all. I think if we come up with something, we should be rewarded, and that patent is proof that this is my idea.
But what about the other person that had the same idea?
Yeah, just real quick, so that's my proof that I came up with it. I did that.
But
if somebody,
my brother, but somebody could have done the same thing as proof. I mean, they could have their lab set up and all of that as proof. And you just happen to file before them.
Proof. That's my proof, is I have the patent which shows.
But somebody else could have been developing that as well. Don't you agree with that?
No, or that person could have looked at my patent and seen, oh wow,
but I'm saying before you filed your patent, somebody else could have been doing that, right? Yes or no?
Yes, they could have.
And that's my point. So your patent, that stuff, when you say, well, I invested all of this to develop this, another person could have been doing that and you just happen to file your patent first. It's not fair. All we need to accept is that it's not fair. How we resolve it, that we can argue about. But saying it's not fair is all I'm trying to get out of you, that it's not fair. If I develop something at the same time, go ahead.
Maybe you don't have the courage to outlay the money that it costs.
No, sir, that's not. I'm saying all else being equal. That's all I'm trying to get you to talk about. All else being equal, and somebody just beats me to filing a patent. Is that person's idea solely?
Yes, it's
all right, thank you, Eddie. Okay, Eddie, thank you. I mean, I'm not going to change your mind. But thank you very much for calling, my brother. But again, the patent system is a patently bad system, as Patrick has said, and many of us. I've written about it and did a lot of investigation on it, not only in how it affects farmers, but many other issues. But thank you, brother. I mean, anything else you want to say real quick, because I got full lines.
I absolutely enjoy the discussion. Thanks, man.
Thank you, brother. You have a great day. All right, let's go to Betty. I know Betty's going to be quick. Betty, real quick for me.
Yeah, well, what I wanted to ask you about was Agent Orange, and when it was used in Panama.
In Vietnam.
Yeah, when it was used in Panama. that guy, what year was that? Do you have
It was in the 60s, early 70s that napalm was used in Vietnam, not Panama.
No, we had the Agent Orange used in Panama also. The same guy that.
Okay, I didn't know that. You're teaching me something.
Yeah, he's the same. The guy that created the Agent Orange. He also has the cancer treatment we use today for chemo.
Okay.
So anyway, that's something maybe, And on the other hand, the guy with the insurance company would pay so much to him. He was just asked what was due and promised to him in the worst time of his life.
Oh, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Betty. You stay sweet, beautiful. Let's go to Jimmy. Come on in, Jimmy.
Thank you, Berto. I love my Medicare Advantage. I have it with United Healthcare, the same one that the CEO was killed. They have 140,000 employees, and I pay nothing for my health care. I believe it's paid for by the state retirement system, so I pay nothing, and I have zero copays when I visit doctors or hospitals. So I love my Medicare Advantage. I see nothing negative about it now at all.
Okay, let me ask you one thing though, Jimmy. You know, you're my buddy, you're my friend, and this isn't on you. This is on the system itself. If you're getting that great coverage at the expense of others, do you see a problem with it?
Well, no, I know the government puts more money into it than they do into regular Medicare, so that's how we are. We don't have any co-pays like you do with regular Medicare, so we get it free basically.
But
anyway, I know one more little topic.
No. But before you said that, I need to tell the audience something about my brother Jimmy here, and Jimmy can kind of speak this way because Jimmy is I think I can say it's fairly in upper age, but he takes very good care of himself and he requires very little health care because he eats right. He does everything right. He exercises, all of that. But he doesn't represent most Americans. Jimmy's a special guy. All right, finish up, Jimmy.
Also, no smoking and no drinking. But the other topic is Kamala got 7 million less votes than Biden got 4 years before.
Yes.
Why do you think that happened? I don't understand that at all.
Two things. First of all, very poor management of her resources. We have to be clear about this. Had Kamala invested that money in private, in localized media like Donald Trump invested his $300 million, she had $1.2 billion. She would have been able to get a whole lot more people out. Look, but do not remove sexism and racism out of the equation. Even as bad as she spent that $1.2 billion, she would have still won absent those two factors. But you are absolutely correct. Getting 7 million votes less than Biden, even though a lot of that also has to do with it was a pandemic and a lot of people got a chance to vote by mail, so they didn't have to get up out of their chair to vote. But again, 7 million is a huge number, Jimmy. So you're right about that. A lot of that is mismanagement. And Jimmy, I got to go because I got 3 callers and just 4 minutes to do it in. Okay.
Thank you, Roberto. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, brother. Peace. Let's go to Bruce. Come on in, Bruce, real quick.
Yeah, I hope you're doing well. When I was listening to the thing about patents, it reminded me of something from high school, and I graduated in 1972, so I'm old. We had a guy visit us. Everybody met in the auditorium, and he did one of those science displays. And one thing he did was he took a flashlight, and he ran a little toy car around the stage. And he told us, he said, ideas like this come up all the time, and the oil companies buy them up, throw them in a safe. So I thought I'd bring that up. And the other thing is Tesla came up with the idea for radio before Marconi, but he wasn't a businessman. He was an inventor. And Marconi was from a wealthy family looking for something to hang his name on. And so Marconi is in the history books now, not Tesla, when it comes to radio. That's all I got. Bye.
Bruce, I love you, man. And let me tell you why. These are the things, that when you find out how the system really worked and what it has done, makes a difference, and it starts to change people's minds as far as what's fair and what isn't. So thank you so kindly for that, Bruce. Let's go to Augie. Augie, real quick, my dear brother.
Yeah, good morning. Well, it's like you're trying to tell these people, just because it's a law doesn't mean it's right or just. Just look at the abortion laws that the Republicans are pushing. And George W., when he was a governor, the last 2 weeks, he pushed these, what they call midnight laws that against the people of Texas. One of the laws was the right to be fired for no reason at all. And people think it's the same thing as the right to work. No, it's two different laws. And a friend of mine got fired because one of his bosses didn't like him. So he accused him falsely of doing something wrong. And he lost, but the AT&T company had a whole table full of lawyers. He only had one lawyer, and that lawyer was not expert in that area, so he lost. And the same thing with when we had landlines, and we came up with voicemail and speed calling. It was the individual that came up with those ideas, not the corporate AT&T. And but they sued him, the guy who came up with the ideas, and took over the and in court they won. It was their property, but it wasn't their property. It was this guy's idea.
Exactly. Augie, you're so right. I got to go to Brian, but Augie, that is so right. The patent system is one of the unfair things. That's why I wrote about it, and it's in my book. As I see it, class warfare, the only resort to right wing. It's a fraud. But anyway, buddy, we talk about it tomorrow or any day you call back in. I got to go to Brian. Got to give him a minute. Thank you, Augie. Let's go to Brian. Come on in, Brian.
Okay, well, I guess it's well known that you're for the little guy. You constantly say that billionaires are making money off the backs of others.
Absolutely. Okay? So that's a statement of fact, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for cutting me off and giving Augie so many minutes. Thanks for cutting me off again, a new record. Anyway, now, there is an illegal aliens all over the place selling flowers. Where did they get the flowers? Exploitation, right? They bring them across the country, set them on a street corner. Who buys them flowers? Who makes a profit off that woman's back? Did she buy them herself? As far as working for a billionaire, what would you do for yourself if you didn't have his job? Would you make candles and sell them on the street corner somewhere? You should be happy that someone has taken venture capital and made themselves profitable enough to pay you a resource. It's called money.
No, actually, that's called the slave mentality. Your definition was there is an enslaved mind. That's all that is. Because you think it is somebody who has capital that has the wherewithal to make things happen. That is a slave mentality. That is putting more value onto the capitalist. That you completely misconstrued the person who sold the flowers. The little guy who sell the flowers, sometimes they grow it, sometimes they go buy it from another little guy who has flowers. The person who goes ahead and make the candles, sometimes they go get the wax from the little guy. I am sorry, Brian. I know where you're thinking from. I know how that thought process came about. It was inculcated in one's mind. It's something that we have to get rid of if we as a people are going to really believe that we are empowered. Because we are empowered, we choose to deny that power and cede it to those with capital. I got to go. Brian, thank you so kindly. Let's go to Howard. Howard, my brother.
Hello there, Egberto. Hello from the studio. Well, Brian always brings an interesting point to the table, right or wrong. He always does. And we're glad that he calls in. I hear him on you talk also. So he does talk to Michael. Jack, what you got before we close out here?
Well, another thing on the Medicare Advantage is that their wellness visits. They come to your home and they look at you and you might ask you if you're depressed or having problems, but they're going to start treatment on everything that they see is wrong with you to draw more money.
Thank you.
Yeah, I always tell them I'm depressed too, but I work here. That's why.
But Jack brings up such an important point. Anytime a doctor puts his face in your door at the hospital, when they come to all of that are Those are all things that are done to maximize the profits that these guys make. That is the reason you don't want healthcare in the for-profit domain. Anyway, folks, love you all, my callers, my listeners, my supporters for Politics Done Right and KPFT. Look, guys, politicsdoneright.com/newsletter is where all the show is that we didn't cover. politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. If you need to get me a piece of mail, KPFT@politicsdoneright.com. KPFT@politicsdoneright.com. I answer all my emails. My name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right, and you guys know how I end this, baby. I am what? Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It. As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom. It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies.
Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willies. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out of politics. This is the program that will encourage you to make sure government becomes we the people. Whether you are liberal, progressive, conservative, or otherwise, you get to air your point of view. We are an independent media outlet that, unlike mainstream media beholden to corporations, we only owe allegiance to you. Remember, you can also send me a tweet at EGBERTOWILLIES. That is at Egberto Willies. Let us engage. It is Politics Done Right.
Well, folks, welcome to one more edition of Politics Done Right. I'm Egberto Willies, your host. Thank you so kindly for being a part of the show. We are going to have a great show for you today. Welcome to Friday. It's December. Everything is kind of slow. People are kind of slowing down. Kind of hot in here to turn the heater down. Anyway, folks, we are going to have a great show for you today. Have one video that cut up from this morning. But other than that, let's talk. Anyway, AVQ is in the house. Welcome, AVQ from Brooklyn, New York. We also have no, that looks like a scam. We also have Jay Ray in the house, or her brother Ray is in the house. May Wood from Long Beach, California is in the house. Lee Grant from Montgomery County is in the house. Jay Ray from Houston is in the house. E2247 from all over is in the house. Eric Hayes from Tascasita, Kingwood is in the house. We also have, did I miss anybody? Where is our lady? I don't see our lady yet, which is Yvette Avery Herod. Where is she? And of course, I need to give our girl in New York a call. Bridge MCP. I think we're still kind of getting over the diseased. Well, I won't go there. Anyhow, folks, welcome aboard to Politics Done Right. We're going to have a good time today. Michael Radney says, Common Dream says, U.S. plutocrats. $276 billion richer since Trump win, and GOP wants to give them even more. Americans for Tax Fairness noted that the collective net worth of the nation's billionaires jumped $276 billion. It's not $276 billion. It increased by $276 billion November 4th, the day before the election, and November 12th. Elon Musk, the world's wealthiest man and a Trump confidant, accounted for 20% of that total billionaire wealth surge, with his net worth growth by $57 billion in just a week. Isn't it great how much money you can make for doing absolutely nothing? And some people defend these guys. I have callers in the morning and some of you in the chat that think that is okay. That thinks getting wealth for doing absolutely nothing is an economic system that is worthwhile. There are other systems where you actually are compensated for your worth. Elon Musk is running around with Donald Trump, talking a whole lot of BS, things that he doesn't know about. And from running around the country doing nothing. He doesn't understand Social Security. He doesn't understand Medicare. He doesn't have the mental acuity to understand those things. But for that, he's made $57 billion. Americans for Tax Fairness found the U.S. billionaire wealth is now at an all-time high of $6.7 trillion, a fact that hasn't deterred Republican lawmakers from pursuing additional tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, which they may want to pay for it. Look, we can solve a lot of problems by taking some of that money. They didn't earn it. It just happened. A fraudulent economic system created that money out of poof. We can also say, oh, since the economic system created that money out of poof, we should actually take some of that poof. Don't you think? My God, folks, why is it that these guys have such a mental an enslavement on the minds of so many, as if they're worth that? And this isn't wealth envy. This is simply acknowledging the fraud that is the economic system. All right, Michael says, Egberto, I'm feeling a need to bring one back from last month. The New Republic, the Democrats can't afford to ignore climate change ever again. Kamala Harris chose to stay silent on climate change. Activists mostly let her, and now the White House and likely both houses of Congress will be controlled by climate deniers. I want to stop there because I want to be frank. Look, we can talk about climate being the reason she lost, Palestinian issues being the reason she lost. We can put all of those things and say all those things, that is not why Kamala Harris lost in the aggregate. We needed all those white women that were going to be harmed by Donald Trump to vote appropriately. That is the key right there. If these women had just voted their interests and not their racism and their prejudice, their sexism, Kamala would have been president. Now, when we talk about, well, she should have talked about climate change, I would wager that had she spoken about climate change, that the amount of people she lost versus the amount of people she gained would have been negligible, or even they would have turned it into some cataclysmic reason not to elect her. That she's this pinko progressive liberal that they couldn't elect. It drives me crazy to watch the news and watch how everybody is off on a tangent. What should Kamala have done? Kamala could have done nothing right. And until we get that into our brains, not because a lot of progressives here are benevolent and they believe in the sanctity of womanhood and also that race shouldn't matter. I know a lot of our progressives, that's how they are, but they try to reflect that onto others. If you doubt, listen to our brother PDR Posse member Patrick Magner. Listen to the conversations he's had with his friends, the conversation he's had with the people he work with. We have to get to the core of why Kamala lost. And it has nothing to do with climate change. It has nothing to do with the Palestinian issue. All these are grave issues that we would have loved her to speak on those issues. Had she spoken on those issues more profusely, she would have lost even worse. Understand the cancer in this country, people. Understand the cancer in this country. That is the only way we would, in the future, get a Kamala Harris, or I shouldn't even say Kamala Harris, but that's the only way we're going to get a progressive elected. We have to take care of the cancer. We have to go into the hoods. We have to go into the rural areas. We have to make ourselves acceptable to the whole American population. And that means acceptable racially, sexually, and every other matter, gender-wise. I mean, we have to do the work. But sitting down there and think if we had just come up with climate change policy, if we had just come up with some other policy that would have magically brought Kamala over the line. No, look at our audience in the chat. Look at how some people are blinded, are blind towards, look at how, and even in our chat, you can see the racism in our chat. You can see the sexism in our chat. And these are our PDR Posse members. Let's get real. There is a cancer in this society, and it has nothing to do with liberal, progressive. Most Americans are progressives. But once you add those other factors in there, they vote against progressivity because that cancer in the mind prevents them from making logical choices. And many of them can't see it. I have a caller in the morning. He's mentally enslaved, but he can't see it. Why? Because he's mentally enslaved. So I work with him and I work with him and I work with him. That someday something is going to penetrate his skull to actually see that, hey, you are worthy, brother. You are worthy. You don't need an Elon Musk who really isn't worthy. And that is where we got to get, folks. So, Michael, I get that message about climate change. I agree with it. We need to handle climate change, and we need to elect people about climate change. But we're not going to do it until we get into their minds. All right. Michael Radner says, Google, according to recent climate data, the Earth has experienced a period of 17 consecutive months where the global average temperature exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, marking a concerning milestone indicating a sustained period of significant warming. It's worse. My plum tree has tried to sprout twice, has tried to flower twice, because it's trying to flower now in the winter, and we're likely to get a freeze in 2 weeks. So because we've been so hot over the winter, that plant hasn't been able to fruit. It can't fruit in the new weather conditions that we have. It's no longer a plant that can survive here because, again, as soon as it thinks it's time to fruit, it freezes. And then when it freezes, that cycle for fruiting misses the summer where it would normally fruit because all those buds are dying. And then it comes back to the winter and it starts to think it needs to fruit, but it can't fruit because it can't stay alive long enough. It's crazy. You are so right, Radnin, but what can we do? All right, let's continue. Fetterman says, says President Biden's pardon was appropriate and should also be afforded to President-elect Donald Trump, not to Trump at all. Trump is a criminal thug. He doesn't deserve a pardon. All right, let's see what else we have. E2247 says, sign the open letter urging Congress to take 100-day pledge for science. I like that. He has the link there, so go ahead and sign that up, folks. Bada Wilts, how are you doing? Or from Hawaii, from Michigan. What is HI? Bada Wilts from HI from Michigan. Does that mean you're from Hawaii and Michigan? Oh, no. Hi from Michigan. What's wrong with me? Hi from Michigan. Welcome aboard, Bada Wilts. Thank you for being here, my dear sister. Bo Campbell. Hey, Bo, I haven't heard from you in a long time, my brother. How are you doing? Bo Campbell, great person, been listening to Politics Done Right from the day it used to be with Coffee Party USA. All right, great to see you, Bo Campbell. Great to see, love seeing some old folks around. We could pull our money out of the stock market. Yep, you probably should. But, I mean, Right now, we are on a crazy sugar high. Egberto must cut Twitter by 80% and it runs better now. If you think Twitter runs better now, Twitter is a cesspool because we don't have any kind of monitors. 80%. So if you believe that, by the way, I got a bridge to sell you. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Kamala Harris went on wrong media show, The View, instead of Rogan. Why would she go on Rogan? What would Rogan have done? Rogan would have tried to forget it. Again, you just proved my point. All right, let's see. Bo Campbell says, I think she lost because of race. Of course she did, Bo, you're right. The incidents in LA worked against us as well as the gay community latching directly onto the candidate. They used all of this against the Democratic nominee. Not her fault, not any of these groups' fault. 70% of white America is responsible for this. Yeah, look. White America voted against their own interests because of racism and sexism. While they would like to blame Latino men or blame a few black men, the truth of the matter is that is not what did it. If you want the people that are most negatively gonna be affected by Trump, black people, Latinos are screwed by the system naturally. So, to be screwed one more time isn't a learning experience for them. It isn't something that black people, Latinos, Asians don't understand. They understand a system that sees them, that doesn't see them, a system that harms them, a system that gives them second-class status. They live that reality every day. The people that are going to suffer are the same people who made the differential in electing Donald Trump, and that's white women. Okay? White women, white men, again, Latinos and black people and Asians, they would have already suffered anyway. But others have used their racism to hurt themselves. That's the kind of cancer that racism and sexism is. I don't want to hear about economics. People are spending their gazoo. People's wages are growing faster than inflation. And therefore, if it continues growing faster than inflation for 4 or 5 years, they would have made up and gone beyond the loss that they had that Trump's inflation took out of them. But again, people don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth. They want to lie to themselves and believe it. Let me just show you my brother Lee Grant, supporter. But again, he has a race problem. Kamala did lose because of race. Some thought she wasn't black enough. What does being black enough have to do with the election? No. The only people that had that problem, well, you know who they are. All right, welcome aboard, Nina Fuhlenbach Lowry. Great to see you here, my beautiful Nina Fuhlenbach Lowry. I think this is the first time I've ever called out your name. That's why I've had some problems calling out your name. Thank you for being here. Please keep being here. Please share and remember to tell folks, come on, this is a welcoming place for everybody, absolutely everybody. Anyway, folks. If we are going to change this country, and this is what I told a friend of mine, one of the board of directors at Pacifica, we were talking, and we got into talking about race. She's a white woman. And I said, look, we are going to have that talk because she just couldn't understand why another white woman was giving her sort of an issue. And what happened is this other white woman was pretty well enlightened, right? And she said, well, I don't know, really, I don't kind of understand her because I don't think it's just that. And that was the issue of why white men predominantly will never vote Democratic or vote on the average so little for Democrats. And that, we're talking, I don't know, probably only 40% of white men at a max would vote for the Democratic candidate. And that is because the Republican Party has effectively made the Democratic Party look like it's a party for, not a party for black people or gay people or whatever, but they have made white men believe it's a party that's out to get them. And they've done a good job at that. The Republican Party have done a great job in making white men believe there's a party out there out to get them and that society is out to get them. And so I looked at it and I said, but the person to get to white men are the same people that Donald Trump's going to harm, white women. Why? Look, it is hard to fathom that most CEOs in this country are white men. Most of the billionaires in this country are white men. Most of all the wealth in this country are owned by white men. Most of the higher jobs in this country goes to white men. How can white men ever believe that their position, not that it should be there, but that their position is in jeopardy? I mean, the psychology of fear, the psychology of victimhood that the Republican Party has been able to place on white men, in a lot of ways, make those white men who succumb to that, suspect. Gerald Meacham says, I'm a 66-year-old white man who is a lifelong progressive. And brother, I give kudos to you. You have a big job to do. You have to help your white brothers start to understand you, right? Start to understand your wisdom, understand who you are and why you know you're right. Because again, they're fearful. A lot of your white brothers are fearful. And let me knock some of my Latino and black brothers, more so Latinos than the black ones, though. The ones that still succumb to women somehow going to take over, or the Democratic Party is made for women. Again, look at the leadership of the Democratic Party. But even if the leadership of the Democratic Party suddenly became all women, what's the problem? Haven't men been there for quite a while? So what? And did they complain? So why not have them lead? Why not have them president? Why not have them vice president? And I'm using those as verbs. I've turned those nouns into verbs. It's time for women anyway. I mean, look at the countries that have been run by women. Look at how effective they were in controlling the COVID epidemic, much more so than having a charlatan like Donald Trump, a fraud like Donald Trump, who got a lot of Americans killed. Think about that. David Garreau says, I like, but she should run for senator first. Representatives don't get elected to the presidency. Who are we talking about now? Who are we talking about, David Garreau? I missed something. All right. Gerald Meehan says, I read that one already. Okay, we also have Eric K says, will Washington get a trim-in via Dodge? No, they won't. Republicans have never cut the budget. Republicans have the largest deficits of all parties. Republicans always run the largest deficits. Republicans are always fiscally irresponsible. If you doubt it, just look at the numbers. You don't have to listen to me. Just go watch the numbers. Republicans are always fiscally irresponsible. All right, white men so easily succumb to this because in their bones, those who accept entitlement, they know they unfairly have power. Thus, they are fearful. They did nothing to deserve it. I can attest to working in corporate America and seeing that wholehandedly. I do the work, they get the credit, right? And look, when we talk about this, we're not talking about all our white brothers now. We're talking about those that cower. I mean, I can name you all my white brothers in the Democratic Party that are kicking ass. they go out there and they're performing. They don't care if women are in power, blacks are in power. They don't give a damn about that. They just want things done right. And they are productive citizens in this United States. But the ones you see crying, the ones you see complaining are many times the ones who cannot hold their own. And that's a problem in America right now. That's why many are not going to school. When many are, it is just the way it is right now. Right. But anyway, you're talking about AOC, David. No, AOC not trying to be president. AOC is trying to take over the committee that's going to do some work on Donald Trump's, the malfeasance that we expect. So she's trying to head the committee. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But I tell you what, I'll start with. Let me start with the video that I did this morning at KPFT that I played. I fixed up some of the stuff that Brother Jack Van Beber did. Let's go ahead and play that, and then I'll be right back.
Jack, he has a page of wisdom, and we've already got a caller here, so let me go grab that.
All right, Brother Jack.
Good morning, Egberto.
Good morning, my brother. How you doing this morning?
I think it's really important to expose the scam that is Medicare Advantage. Blow this issue to the citizens and bring lawfare against the insurance companies that profit off of people's misery as they deny their patients' need for treatment. There is one major problem with bringing a lawsuit against the take advantage of you insurance companies. The Supreme Court of the United States has been corrupted by Citizens United, which gave corporate interests their priority. And the first thing that must be done is balance the Supreme Court, or the citizens are dead in the water, with a Supreme Court that will choose corporate profit over the well-being of its citizens. Bringing down Medicare Advantage would be a good start at exposing the corporate abuses of citizen patients by the healthcare industrial complex.
Since Jack brought up an important thing, the important thing that the deadline for signing up for Medicare Advantage is the 7th. And there are so many people that are being hoodwinked into changing the traditional Medicare that they have to Medicare Advantage because they see the overall cost, the immediate monthly cost to them drop sometimes if they take Medicare Advantage, not realizing what's going on. Well, yesterday I wrote a paper on Medicare Advantage where I pointed out that every time you sign up for Medicare Advantage, that insurance company gets $12,000. So whenever you go ahead and sign that insurance, and I call them crooked because they are selling something that is making you, not good for you. Whenever they make that sale, that there's $12,000 that insurance company is sure to receive, and there are additional benefits they get if they code your illnesses right, etc. But also that immediate person that's selling you get a few thousands as well. And so when they take you out to breakfast and when they take you out to dinner, you notice they'll take 10, 12, 15 of you to dinner or whatever, that insurance agent. And some of you will sign up. He's got himself or herself a windfall at your expense going forward, because many times when you find out that the Medicare Advantage you bought not only is private insurance, not government-based insurance, but you can't easily get back to government insurance because at that point you can't afford the Medigap that pays the 20% from Medicare. They've already screwed your life. But let me tell you what hurt me the most yesterday after going through a lot of reading. Our brother, Thom Hartmann, who, has the Thom Hartmann Show, he wrote a paper as well. And he posted that paper on Substack. And, those of us doing this kind of work, we are trying to inform people about, the things that, many people don't have the time to research on their own. So Thom Hartmann pointed out all the bad things that Medicare Advantage represents. And then there are a bunch of these people. And remember, Medicare Advantage is a private system. The purpose of Medicare Advantage isn't to cure you or to give you health care. that is just a side benefit. These investment companies create these insurance companies to make a buck on whatever they sell, whether it be oranges, whether it be cars, whatever. They are there to make a buck. And I don't have a problem making a buck. But making a profit on your health is an issue, because your health is secondary to the profit. And these are the things that Thom Hartmann tried to explain in his paper. And it sickened me to watch our false sense of individualism, our false sense of what's right just for us, and not for us, the individual, and not us, the collective, all of us. I saw too many stories of older folks going and saying, well, I love my Medicare Advantage. When I had Medicare alone, I had to get a supplementary from a dental and hearing and etc. While I pay less and I get all of that with Medicare Advantage. And that's all that they see, that their upfront costs is less. They don't see that they may have deductibles. They don't see that the medication that they may need, that doctor prefers for them, is denied by the insurance company. And by the way, denied by the insurance company doesn't mean you first ask the insurance companies. In my paper, I wrote that 7.4% of all pre-authorizations are denied. And that's a high number, but it's less than the 20% I had spoken about in the video that I did. But the reality is doctors know what pre-authorization is going to do. So instead of prescribing you medicine A, they may prescribe you medicine B because they know it won't go through pre-authorization. So that pre-authorization number looks lower than it really is. Because again, the doctors know, well, I can't give them that because that darn insurance company is not going to approve this. So there's a lot of negative things happening. But the way we are such suckers, and I say that with respect. And I say that, though, because the insurance companies know that they put the commercials on with smiling people and smiling agents, and we buy it up. We buy the production up that, my God, these companies care about us. They're giving us a good product. No company who sells you insurance for healthcare can possibly give you a good product or give you a better product than your government can give you. And the reason why is whatever money they spend is less money than they got for that service. The government provides much more efficient services for all of us in healthcare than a private company can, because they don't have, remember, you see all those advertising that you see on TV, one after the other. Those are very expensive ads that you see for Medicare Advantage on TV. Those ads are expensive, and you get it on TV, on radio, in your mail. They spend billions of dollars trying to get you to sign up for Medicare Advantage. Shouldn't that tell you something? Shouldn't that tell you that if they're paying all that money to get you into private insurance, how much of a ripoff it is? Because they are paying for advertising. They're paying their executives millions of dollars a year. They're paying the insurance salesperson who gets you into that cabal. They are paying that insurance companies thousands of dollars for each person they bring in. Doesn't that tell you that that is money that they are not going to put into your healthcare, because they must make a profit for their shareholders? They must make their bonuses and all of that. Math is absolute. 1 + 1 will always equal to 2. 10 - 5 will always equal to 5. 10 - 4 will always equal to 6. And if they're spending all that money in advertising, that's money they're not going to spend on you. And the government doesn't have to spend a penny in advertising, which means all that money goes to you. Our problem in healthcare is not that we can't afford it, or it's not that it's expensive. It's that it's inefficient because the private sector is inefficient in handling healthcare. Because healthcare is not like buying a car where you can go into a lot and say, choice number 1, choice number 2, choice number 3, choice number 4. Healthcare is, if you have cancer, you need to get it out. If you have some sort of a disease, you have to rid yourself of said disease. It's not like anything else. And everybody who says, I love my Medicare Advantage because it is good for you in that particular instant, stops you from critically thinking. One of the things we have to do as a society is critically think. Because something is good today doesn't mean it is good for you. When you drink, have you ever got antifreeze on your hands and just got a whiff and taste on it? It tastes good. Antifreeze is sugary, and you just put a tab on your tongue, and it's sweet. It's good. But will you drink antifreeze? Will you have a lot of antifreeze? No. And that's the problem with Medicare Advantage. It tastes sweet in the beginning, but it'll kill you. Now, a lot of people are already on it, and people would say, well, what are we to do? Well, instead of going online and telling people how good your particular Medicare Advantage is, help all of us trying to make a system that works for everybody. We have to critically think that it could be us. It could be the individual who, when we get a particular illness, that Medicare Advantage company says, no, we have to be our brothers and sisters keeper. We have to be not only for what's good for us at that instant in time, we have to be what's good for all of us permanently. And Medicare Advantage is the biggest scam there is. And it's something that we must rid ourselves of. But let me tell you better. 50% of Americans are now on Medicare Advantage, or probably a little north of 50%. If we were to rid ourselves of Medicare Advantage, we could make a better Medicare, and that better Medicare would pay the 20% that it doesn't pay right now. After I handle the calls, I want to tell you something about some numbers. But before, people, I know for a lot of seniors, saving a few dollars feels good. Getting a bit groceries purchased for you makes you feel like you're getting something. You're not. That groceries that they buy for you, all the taxpayers that are paying into Medicare are paying that bill. That bill, that insurance company gets your groceries or reduce XYZ. All the people paying into Medicare are the ones paying that bill. And later on, when you need the best care, that Medicare Advantage will not be there for you because, again, their sole purpose is not your health care. Their sole purpose is to make monies for their shareholders and bonuses for their executives. And I wish we could inculcate that, stamp that into people's minds. You know, when I came to the United States, at the time that I came, we were at the peak of, not what the peak should have been, but we were at a peak of progressiveness, right? In other words, progressive values were really kicking ass. And then came Reagan. And, suddenly, Reagan came with his brand of, making progressive look terrible. And then we have the next stupid thing called woke. I want you to think about this. All these people that are anti-woke, right? They don't understand that what they're saying is they want to be asleep. Woke simply means being aware of everything that's happening as you should. But like we say, these folks like to teach you not to think critically. They want you to be dumb, and Donald Trump is happy to say it. I want dumb people. My followers are dumb. I want people to be dumb. Not me saying it. You're fewer. You're fewer saying that. Fewer. How do you say that? You're fewer is saying that. Anyway, Patrick Magner is in the house. Hey, Patrick, he says, meow. Gerald Meehan says, I had no choice. I was forced into Medicare Advantage or no coverage on. I know. Here's the funny thing about it, right? There are even some of the the labor unions that are buying into this Medicare Advantage thing to save money, right? But again, they're sacrificing They're sacrificing the workers instead of fighting for a true universal healthcare system. We're taking bits and pieces of what we can get. No, we have to fight, not cower and say, okay, this is all we can get in the case of healthcare. Anyway, let's see what else we got here. Paul Fleming says, oh, by the way, if you are stuck in Medicare Advantage, I'm sorry. If you're still healthy, you may be able to go ahead and transfer back to traditional Medicare, pay maybe a couple $100 more to get a Medigap plan that includes Part D, which is the drugs in Medicare, as well as some ears, and what's the other organ? Eyes, ears, and dental coverage, right? If you're healthy, you'll still be able to afford the Medigap. If you're unhealthy, you're stuck. Now, a lot of people would take the chance and say, I'll just go to Medicare anyway, since I can see any doctor. And for the 20% that I owe, I'll go ahead and either make the doctor, work for it. But I tell you the other thing that I'm thinking of. I would like in the long run, until we get this stuff changed, to tell everybody to go ahead and get Medicare Advantage. Welcome, Melanie Keelan from Barcelona, Spain. Or rather, get that traditional, not Medicare Advantage, the traditional Medicare. And then create a fund that covers the 20% for those people who just don't have the money, right? In other words, not necessarily pay the 20% that they do, but have a fund that helps them with their, have a cooperative that helps them with buying the Medigap until we get rid of Medigap and everything else, so that we just have government paid single payer healthcare. I would love to get there. I would love to be able to organize something like that. Look, the simplest answer right now is to get everybody out of Medicare Advantage. If the government doesn't help, for us to create a national fund that buys a Medigap plan in bulk, right? And then move on from there. Paul Fleming says, I want to put $22 billion in profits for United Healthcare into perspective. If we took the top defense contractors' profits and added them up, Lockheed, $6.92 billion, RTX, $5.6 billion, General Dynamics, $3.4 billion, Boeing, $6.6 billion. That comes to $22.5 billion. United Healthcare by itself makes as much money as the biggest contractors in the world combined. Y'all want to talk about industrial complexes? Let's talk about the healthcare industrial complex. There will be no Ask Egberto tomorrow. We'll have it the week after. I have a Houston Peace and Justice Center spiller. Hey, by the way, I forgot to mention that to our Houstonians. Both to those of you in Houston, you should come. Both Ray and Patrick should come. Maybe I should look up that address and tell you where we're meeting. And it's our Christmas party / meeting that we should have. Let me go ahead as I speak here to try to find that thing here. But anyway, let's see. I saw something from Brother Tom Zarnik. Where is it? I'm looking for it, Tom. I don't think. Okay, Tom says, agree with Bernie. DOGE should look at DOD to cut wasteful spending. Use savings to pass Medicare for all. Also, Elon should cut all the government subsidies he gets from Tesla, SpaceX, and Starlink. Oh, wow. Maybe that'll be, you know what? So funny. Suppose Trump decided to get and say to himself, maybe I should try to do something to mitigate the evil that I represented for a long time. Maybe I should try to do something to mitigate the evil that I am. Think about this. I mean, if he were to do that, my God, maybe something good could come out of this after all. You think he would? All right. Let's see real quick. The Houston Peace and Justice Center is going to be having our Christmas party. But before, I have to go in early for our board meeting. But I tell you what, Patrick and Ray, I'm going to send you guys a letter. I'm going to make a list of our Houston guys and come out there. I'll send you that invite. I should have thought about that already, because we want you to be members of the Peace and Justice Center. We want both of you to be members of the Peace and Justice Center. So I'll send that out to you. And we got a short limerick from Tom. But before, and it goes this way. Let me get to Tom's limerick. Where is Tom's limerick? Tom, where are you? Here we go. The president of South Korea, named Yoon, may be out of his ass very soon. Try to overthrow democracy, make the government autocracy. But the people said no to this Trumpy goon. Wow. That is short. That is tight. And that is on point. Man, Tom, you're good, brother. You're good. I hope you would just write a book and do that. Actually, Eric said something right. You know what? Eric is right. And Eric, something? Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for pointing that out, Eric. That is terrible of me. You're in Houston too. I am going to send you, I'm going to add you to the email, and I'm going to add brother, how, you see how muscle memory behave, guys? You see how muscle memory works? I want to give a distinct apology to brother Eric Hayes as well as Lee Grant, because both of you are in fact in my area. And if I'm having, and that it's my organization, and not my organization that I'm on the board. And if we were having something, the right thing for me to do is to invite all of those that are here locally. Thank you, Eric. You're right. I failed there. I failed. I have to put my mouth where my money is, or my money where my mouth is. That's true. Anyhow, why are you telling me to go work out? What the hell are you talking about? All right. Tom could do weekly current event publication of his limericks. I know. I mean, to tell you the truth, I would go ahead and, highlight the publishing of that guy pretty much, So yeah, I like that. He's a gem. What can I say? Tom is a gem. I mean, he makes our days with those limericks. Anyway, we are at 3:51. Anybody wants to call in right now? The number is 281-823-7747. The number is 281-823-7747. Let me hear from one of you, because I don't have anything else to talk about. Well, I always have something to talk about, but I'd rather have you guys direct it right this minute. So give me a call, somebody. 281-823-7747. And also we'll test out if it works, because remember we had some problems yesterday. And I am not sure, I didn't particularly work on working it out other than rebooting the system. Today has been such a busy day. Michael, I know. But you know what, Michael? You've never called us either. You are a warrior behind the keyboard, but we've never heard your voice. You're a warrior behind that keyboard, though. Can always count on you. All right, I'm waiting for that call. 281-823-7747. I know somebody's going to call. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm hurt. Where are my calls? 281-823-7747. Who's gonna person up and call and tell me something for the weekend. Michael says, I prefer text rather than call in, but I have called in for about 10 seconds to tell you the sound was mute. I think I remember that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Valencia Peters. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. No calls yet. Or is it that my phone system is not working? I think it's working. Saved by Patrick Magner. How you doing, Patrick?
Doing good. I'm on a date, so I'm not going to talk much, but I was going to help you test your system and make sure it was working okay.
I can always count on you, my brother. And yes, you just proved that it is in fact working. So thank you very much for testing it out. And whoever you're on a date with, let them know that I think that they are on a date with one of the better people in Houston, Texas. All right.
All right. Hey,
thank you, man.
What time and what time and what location tomorrow?
It's I think it's 12:30. I'm going to send you the location and everything in an email, both to you. I'll make a list of you guys and send it in an email. Don't worry, it'll all be blind copied. So no, I won't be messing with anybody's stuff. Okay, so I'll send it to you.
My date, then.
Sounds good, brother. All right.
Okay. Have a great day.
You too, my brother. Peace. Thank you for calling. All right, let's see what else we got here. What else have we got here? Anybody else want to call? I've got 6 minutes. Anybody else wants to call? 281-823-7747. I know Brother Ray's on the job, so he can't quite call right now. Okay. Let's see what else I'm going to talk about. Rudnan is gone. He can't take the jabbering anymore, so he says, I'm gone. All right, folks. Look. I want to ask a favor. Please share all of these programs on whether it's a YouTube version or all the others. Paul Fleming says, something is deeply wrong with the healthcare system in the richest country in the world. Hint, when a patient chooses to endure a heart attack rather than pay $2,500 for ambulance transport to the cath lab due to concerns about their insurance coverage. This is unheard of in socialist Europe. You know something? I have that experience myself. I have 3 minutes to tell you that story. 3 minutes. I won't have time this weekend, Eric. Maybe next week. Check this out, guys. Check this out. I was at the KPFT station. I used to have my show at night, at 10 at night. And I am at the station, and I didn't feel good. I felt kind of jittery. Okay, I got a caller in. Let's go. All right, who do I have the honor of speaking with after I started telling my story?
Hi, my name is Joanna Silva from Los Angeles. I have a long COVID, so I didn't want to call, but I wanted to say hi and thank you for what you do.
Well, look, I first of all, I want to thank you. Are you a first-time caller, my sister?
Yes, I am.
Look, well, thank you. Where are you located?
Los Angeles.
L.A. Listen, I love L.A. Couldn't live there. Too damn expensive for me out there. But
L.A. Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You have to have a lot of roommates and figure it out.
Oh, I'm surprised that you haven't slapped me yet. Every time I see Jay, I've been saying, thank you, sir. And it's a lady. Why didn't you correct me?
I don't mind. It doesn't matter.
Okay, well, am I right or am I wrong? Is it ma'am or,
I'm a lady. Yeah, I'm female. I don't really care. I mean, I'm. Let's get technical about it, since the Republicans want to know. I'm genetically a female, and I remain so.
That is a good one. Love you, girl. Thank you for calling, and thank you for making my day. Okay.
Okay. Have a good one. Thank you. And thank you.
You too. Now. Thank you very much, Jay. I love my peeps, man. I just love my peeps. Okay, let me finish my quick story here. Unless somebody else want to call, I'd love to hear your call, 281-823-7747. So I'm at the KPFT station now. I feel all jittery, So one of my friends there, he says, let's go ahead and check your blood pressure. He puts a blood pressure machine on me, and the damn blood pressure machine breaks. Okay? And yes, it breaks. And in other words, my blood pressure was too high for the machine. We kept on playing. That machine said my blood pressure was 280 over, I think it was either 240 or 280 over 140. I'd never seen a pressure like that before. Okay. So the guy said, we need to call the ambulance. And I'm like, no, listening to what Paul Fleming says, I'm like, no, ambulance costs too much. I am going to jump into my car and just go back to Kingwood, go to the healthcare place in Kingwood, the emergency room in Kingwood myself. Well, I started driving to Kingwood, and then something tells me, turn around. I turn around. By the time I turned around, those suckers had already called the ambulances. Those guys at the station, they were taking no chances, and they kind of knew I was going to come back. So I went there, and then they tie me up. They put me in the ambulance, et cetera, et cetera. They give me oxygen. They kept taking my pressure. As I got more oxygen in, the pressure kind of went down. All right. When the pressure went down now, it turns out that I said, by the way, they said, where do you want us to take you? I figured they know where to take me at a hospital. They said, where do you? I said, well, I don't know. And then I said, by the way, how much is this going to cost? And they told, I think it was like 15. I don't remember how much it was, to tell you the truth. And then I said, and what about if I get out of here now? They said, well, if we don't take you anywhere, it costs you nothing. I got the hell out of there. My pressure had gone to like something like 180 over 120. I said, okay, I'll leave. I went home. All right. I went to the emergency place myself in my car. So Paul Fleming, that is not something unheard of. A lot of people make the choices and say, I am not going to go ahead and pay for the ridiculous cost to get transported. And it's dangerous. I could have died. I could have stroked out on my way to the hospital. But that is the kind of system we live in today. That is the evil that is our healthcare system. Anyway, it's time for me to clock out of here. So before I go, I'd like to ask those of you who have the wherewithal to please support the program. And how can you support the program? First of all, the all-encompassing manner to support the program can be found at politicsdoneright.com/support. You click on that, baby. That gives you a lot of different ways in which you can support our program. But I am trying to build up my newsletter. I'm trying to get the newsletter to be self-sustaining of our entire operation. And that requires me to get anywhere between 15, 20, 2,000 subscribers. I'm only 10% of the amount of subscribers I need. So I'd like to ask those of you who have the wherewithal to go ahead and go to politicsdoneright.com/newsletter, politicsdoneright.com/newsletter, and become a paid subscriber. It is less than a coffee. It's less than a coffee. But if we can get several hundred, it makes a difference. It'll reduce my 16-hour work week so that I can actually hire somebody part-time to do the social media, to do some other parts of what we need to get done. So if you have the wherewithal, please support independent progressive media by going to politicsdoneright.com/newsletter and become a subscriber. And I promise you get to read all of my books. All of my books. I have 5 books that are out there right now. 5 books. And I'm going to paste those on the screen. All of those 5 books you'll be able to read in the Substack, where the newsletter is. And any subsequent books that I write, you will be able to read them by subscribing to our newsletter. And we'll also be doing live feeds, and we'll also be doing, there are a lot of things that we have coming up for 2000. Okay. There are a lot of things that we have coming up for 2000 to kind of enhance your support for Politics Done Right. So again, please consider going to politicsdoneright.com/newsletter and becoming a paid supporter. A paid supporter, you'll get your emails. You'll be able to read the books and all of that. All right, folks, I got to get out of here. I want to thank all of you. Love all of you. You guys are the PDR posse. You guys are the smartest folks, I tell you, out there. You keep me on my toes. I enjoy that. So, folks, thank you so kindly. My name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right. and you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. My name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right. You know how I end this, baby. I am what? Out!
We spend a lot of time deconstructing the news, trying to parse it into a form that everybody can understand. We try to find those little nitpicks where it flies above the fray, etc. If you really like these videos that we do, I want to ask a big favor. Please go ahead. Number 1, subscribe to our channel. And number 2, please join if you can. Thank you so kindly for watching. Keep watching. Please remember to share. We must populate the entire internet with our progressive message, a message that we know is what most Americans say that they want. So help us, please join.
Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies. Welcome to Politics Done Right. My name is Egberto Willies, your host. Good morning, Houston. Good morning, Harris County. Good morning to the great state of Texas. Good morning to Northeast Texas, Southeast Texas, Southwest Louisiana, Northwest Louisiana, and to every nook and cranny receiving the signals from our 100,000 watt transmitter going to those magical boxes known as radios, a.k.a. the Howard Reynolds machines. Anyway, folks, we're going to have a great program for you today. A lot to talk about. And of course, I want to hear from you. Number is 713-526-5738. Again, that number is 713-526-5738. But before any further ado, we throw it to the magicians, to the geniuses in El Estudio on Cataline. Good morning, my brothers. How you doing?
Have you seen any of those guys, Jack?
I think they left on the bus.
Probably so. You just went to Chicago. Good morning. It is Monday morning at the radio just after 6 o'clock on the 9th of December. And I spent the weekend arguing with MAGAs on Facebook.
Oh, God.
Oh, joy.
Don't do that.
Oh, joy.
Some of them were reasonable, okay? Some of them were reasonable. Then the last one, I think he was about 12 or so. Just assaulting, oh, you're so stupid and this, that, and the other. Generally, I found that they were fairly reasonable if you were reasonable with them. They just have a different theology than I do, and that's okay. They can have that. But, when it comes down to it, common courtesy, please.
That's all we ask.
I show you courtesy, you show me courtesy.
Amen.
We just have opposing views, and it's okay for them to have opposing views. That's fine. I don't care. But when you go into the personal attacks, that's just the MAGA way. I'll shout you down so I win. Like, come on, people. Really? Anyway, that's how it went this weekend, and spent the weekend cloistered with my dog and the cat. And it was raining, and we just decided to stay in most of the day, both 2 days, actually. So we stayed in the house, and I edited a bunch of shows for this coming week. Well, not this coming week, but week of Christmas. The studio is not going to be open. We're still going to be on the air, but there won't be any humans here. So, folks, don't call.
I think I'm going to have to prepare quite a few shows for you. I think the way it looks like I've got to prepare 7 shows for you. Ouch!
Well, I wouldn't prepare a Christmas show. I just do Christmas music if I were you.
Okay, that's true. I agree with that.
And New Year's Day, do New Year's Day music. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, that'll reduce the workload. I concur.
Well, you got all these shows from the past. You can't go, okay, and now we play this show from here. But then
yeah, actually, you know what? So funny. I have interviews that I have done that because our listeners here take precedence. I'm prepared to play the interviews and never get a chance to play them for some real good, solid. I play them all at 3 o'clock show, but a lot of them I want to play it here. But hey, well, you come first.
Well, move it right up to 6 o'clock in the morning. And then Tag is waiting for us, and he's the first one to call in. He must have something very pressing to talk about. So Jack has even more pressing stuff. He's got a quarter page of wisdom, which we need to hear.
Wisdom. Good morning, Egberto. How are you?
Good morning, my dear brother Jack. Talk to me.
Right. I'm going to start something new here called Dealing with Fascism. Little tips to get you through. Okay, Dealing with Fascism 101. The first thing you can do is put in a vegetable garden. Supplement your grocery budget with fresh homegrown veggies. Learn how to compost and make fertile soil that not only grows the plant but supplies enough nutrients to grow the microlife that interacts with the plant's rhizosphere to feed the plant the natural way. Not no Miracle-Gro garden. But Miracle-Gro gardens are okay, but they just don't build the plant's rhizosphere like a natural garden will. And you'll be surprised at the results you get if you can follow the composting techniques. And it will, like I said, supplement your grocery income if things get tough. It might even work out where you need that garden. You depend on it. Mm-hmm. But that would be the one of the first steps I would take for dealing with troubled times ahead, possibly.
Well, I think they were probably going to be eating a lot of tomatoes. Oh, tomatoes for lunch again? Oh, okay.
Well, let me see. Food. Have you been growing anything, Jack?
No, I don't have the a space right now to do that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. You may be able to eat that.
No comments. Anyway, before we go and with further ado, you got a message for one of our great listeners. Melissa says, tell him don't bother with them. They got what they want. They wanted what they got. They Melissa, got nothing but salt in their bodies.
It's a sport. It's a new sport.
Yeah, well, she's there to protect you, brother. She said, hey, don't get yourself psychologically involved. But you know what? Tag has been waiting on the line. So let's go ahead and give Tag the honor. I mean, I have a lot to talk about to open the show. But if Tag calls as soon as we start, let's let Tag have the ear.
Good morning, Egberto.
Good morning, Tag. How are you doing this morning, sir?
Good. And listening to your opening, I just wanted to say happy holidays to everybody. Considering you guys we're going to be gone. Everybody's going to be gone for the holidays, I guess. but I say that because there's so many holidays to cover this time of year.
I know.
It's nothing against Christmas, but there's a lot of holidays to cover. I just want to speak to Jack's composting thing a minute.
Uh-huh.
We found we could take our kitchen scraps, the seeds from all the stuff that we eat, and we put it in the compost. And then when spring hits or when it warms up a little bit, all that stuff grows, and you can have a garden for free. So it's a great thing.
Oh, you mean like if you have your melons and your cucumbers and all of that, just throwing it in compost, you get a whole bunch of different vegetables growing? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Squash and your peppers and tomatoes, especially, to make Howard happy. Yeah. You could take old tomatoes that you didn't eat, put them out there. Next thing you know, you got tomatoes coming out your ears.
Wow. I mean, so you just throw them around the yard and you get they're all mixed in together, different vegetables.
Yeah. You just put them in your garden space where you want to make a little compost. And, especially the one great thing is your coffee grinds. Uh-huh. And then the worms come in, and boy, I'll tell you what, you can have some really fertile soil right away. It makes a huge difference. So this time of year, you need to think about those things. So really important. I appreciate Jack bringing that up this morning.
Yeah, well,
we learned that in Houston. We learned that in Houston because you can grow down there year round just about. So it's always had stuff coming up out of our compost. That was pretty cool. But one thing I want to go get to here real quick, Egberto, is you talk so much about healthcare, right?
Mm-hmm. I love
to throw a word about
that. Is actually that is one of the most important things, I think, for not just me and family, but the entire darn country. People are suffering in silence. But go ahead, brother.
Well, when we look at what 2025 is saying, Project 2025, which now looks like it's a lot closer on the horizon here. They want to cut so much government funding. Well, it's pretty apparent to me that they're going to go after the VA healthcare, and they've been trying to do this for a while to put the veterans back into the regular healthcare system. So pretty soon, a lot of these veterans are going to be forced into Medicare Advantage. Oh, happy days!
That's a whole goal.
Yeah, we don't have enough hospitals and doctors and nurses and stuff right now to care for the people who are already in the system. What's going to happen when they start closing down the VA healthcare system and all those people come in? I mean, it's going to be a traffic jam, I think, with the healthcare.
No, it's not only that. Yeah, I appreciate that, Tag, but it's not only that. The VA takes, the VA is like the post office, right? Even though the VA is actually a government institution, the post office is an appendage of a government institution. The post office is an independent organization funded by, it funds itself pretty much. But it's a constitutional organization. And the thing about it is, people like to give the post office a hard time, just like they give the VA a hard time. I want to tell Americans that here is a reality. The VA and the post office gets a hard time because it's a part of the government, run by the government or a government entity that has been extraordinarily successful. Let me explain. You cannot mail a letter by FedEx, UPS, DHL, or any of the big guys for under $1 to any place in the United States, meaning Hawaii or Alaska inclusive. You couldn't do it with your private system. But because of the way the post office is set up, you can do it. The VA is the same. The VA, once you get across the shortages of funding at the VA, once you get into the VA, and I have many relatives in the service, the VA is an excellent institution with excellent doctors who have gone through the ringer, and it works. It's not a whole bunch of folks trying to make a profit. It's folks who believe in healing people. But again, the reason the private sector or some folks in the capitalist sector, I don't want to say the private sector, many in the capitalist sector would come against the VA and the post office is because those show the success of nonprofits doing what's good. Anything else, Tag?
Well, I just think it's a shame that there are a sector of people out there that want to shut down these government entities when they have been so successful and provide so much service to Americans. And it's what we're looking at in the near future, and people better get ready for it to happen.
No, Tag. I don't want you to say that, my brother. I don't want you to say that. The only reason I'm doing this kind of work, what I call activist journalism, is because an informed people, in my humble opinion, an informed people will prevent those. In other words, Project 2025, as you said, and you're absolutely right, is easier to occur now that we have the thug in chief in the White House. But it's not inevitable. It's not inevitable. The opposition is there to make sure it doesn't happen, and you have to be a part of that as well.
Well, I understand that, but I think that with everybody that supports 47 here, that it's going to be tough road to hoe here. So that's all I'm saying.
Brother, you're right. I am in a full agreement, but I want others to remember one other thing. Donald Trump, with this win, still did not crack 50% of the American population. So more than 50. Go ahead.
No, I agree 100%. He didn't get more than 50%, but there was enough people that got together and voted for him that just shows where America can be duped, I think. So,
well, yeah, but I also want us to, in my opinion, and I'd like others can comment on this, but I looked at the numbers. I looked at the people who won in every state. And I can tell you that if you look at the numbers, you look at those who won in every state, the anomaly in this election is that even with the 7 million less votes that Kamala Harris got, had we not had sexism and racism, Donald Trump would not have won. And I want us to come to grips with that we allowed our sexism and racism to go against what we know is right because of those prejudices. I want us to acknowledge that, because until we acknowledge that, we won't be able to move forward as a country. And we are going to, in fact, some of the stuff that I'm going to read today will show some of the pains we're going to pay for because too many of us just couldn't let go of those isms. Finish up for me, Tag, so I can start the program.
All I can say, Egberto, is let's get your show on the road, baby.
Thank you, my brother. And thank you for calling. And thank you for being the first caller, sir. Let's get busy.
Happy holidays. Bye-bye.
You too, brother. All right. Look, folks, today's topic show is called Mainstream Media Created MAGA. I said create MAGA. I made it present tense. I probably should have made it past tense. And top Democrats warn Trump to steal from federal programs. Yep. That is the idea. That is what you voted for. That is what progressive activists will try to mitigate, to correct for the grave mistake that this country made. One of the biggest searches on Google after the election was how to change your vote. Amazing, isn't it? Big question on Google, how to change your vote. Because after people made that gut decision, and for many, that sexist decision, and for others, that racist decision, even as they knew better, they sat and asked themselves, oh my God, what did I do? And Ramaswamy and and Musk, crypto kings, they are actually going to show you if progressive activists aren't successful in slowing things down to ensure that America is saved. And this isn't hyperbole what I'm talking about. But anyhow, it has already started. The media has already started its appeasement. You know, I wrote this piece yesterday. I was kind of, on Sunday mornings I get up and I have to be in my studio at 8 sharp, because that is the time CNN starts with its first Sunday news show. Well, the first real Sunday news show. Then it goes to NBC and CBS, as well as Fox and the others. So I have all these screens up and I'm watching all these things. And today I'm trying to see, or yesterday on Sunday, I'm trying to see what's coming. How are these guys going to go ahead and talk the narrative? And I'm thinking, is it going to be appeasement like Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski did with Trump, and now they're trying to, justify it? Likewise, the New York Times, likewise, the LA Times, likewise, the Washington Post. Is it going to be appeasement like all the news medias seem to have been doing? The answer is yes. So look, I've been complaining about the mainstream media. This is the article that I wrote yesterday for my Substack and other places. And it says as follows. I've been complaining about the mainstream media and its willful inability to challenge our oligarchy and degenerates like Donald Trump. I watched as Morning Joe's Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough parachuted into Mar-a-Lago to kiss the Trump's ring. And after the progressive dust up, pretty much gave the excuse that, hey, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and others are doing the same. So Brother Joe Scarborough went on TV, and I like Joe. I love Mika. But he went on TV and said, look, others are doing it too, so why not do it? Yeah, but what you did was appeasing the criminal. You appeased the criminal. You gave the criminal stand-in. So really, Joe, that's what you thought you needed to do? With several papers like the Washington Post and LA Times changing their editorials to satisfy Trump, I'm not sure that puts Morning Joe in good company. If that was not bad enough, Morning Joe's producer in real time scolded ultra-conservative David Frum for criticizing the drunk and woman abuser Pete Hegseth. You know, the guy that's going to be defense secretary? And notice I said the guy that is going to be defense secretary. You know, Joni Ernst, after giving the impression like she has no intention of voting for Hegseth, said, oh, I'm going to meet with him again. Well, you know what they did to Joni Ernst in Iowa? They put up a whole bunch of ads that said she's part of the establishment. She's part of the deep state. So they're scaring her into voting for Pete Hegseth. Is it going to work? We'll see. But I have a feeling it's going to work. What did he say? What did ultra-conservative David Frum say on a purported to be relatively liberal station, MSNBC, that got the MSNBC producers to give him a hard time, to criticize him in real time? Hey, you better watch what you're saying, Frum. All he said was the truth. He said about Hegseth, if you are too drunk for Fox News, you're very, very drunk indeed. After that commercial break, Mika also issued an apology calling the true statement flippant. She said what he said after Frum left the studio and after the break, she called it flippant. He told a truth and she called it flippant. Frum criticized the Morning Joe fiasco in an article he wrote for The Atlantic titled The Sound of Fear on Air. In other words, the takeover of the media by the oligarchy is complete. The sound of fear on air. It's like we are back in the Soviet Union, where Pravda was the national paper and could only say the things that the people in power would have them say. Remember Pravda? The article is more than a decade late, as the damage done by mainstream media fear began from the time it became a profit center, more so than the unambiguous truth teller. As I do every Sunday morning, I set up my computer screens to watch all the Sunday morning shows from the major news networks. I grabbed a few clips, but as I clipped more and more video clips, I got more and more upset. Why? The questioning of the president and his sycophants was nothing more than the platforming and the normalization of an alternate universe. No real pushback on the stream of lies, misinformation, and misrepresentations was addressed in any substantive fashion. One irked me specifically when Donald Trump said to Kristen Welker that his economy was greatest and that the inflation was low for Biden's first year and a half because of said economy. Because of Trump economy, he claims Biden's inflation in the first year and a half was low. That's BS, of course. Welker did not use the opportunity to tell Americans the truth. And the truth is so simple. And if she told the truth and the right wing got mad about it, that would even further enhance the truth, because we could have come back and said, here are the numbers. You're fighting about it, right wing. You're fighting about it, MAGA, but here are the numbers. And let me tell you what she should have said. The fact is that Trump's economy, as a continuation of the Obama economy before COVID-19, was no better than the Obama's economy, because he passed no growth policies other than a tax cut that exploded the debt more than any president in American history. Again, Trump, we thought Reagan was bad on a proportionate basis, but Trump exploded the budget more so than any other American president in history. Inflation had not started going up with his mismanagement of the economy, because COVID-19 killed demand. If you don't have demand, you can't have inflation. It kept inflation at bay. Again, if you have a pandemic, you don't have demand. If you don't have demand, you don't have a problem with people buying, and as such, prices either fall or stay the same. It's a mathematical truity. It's a mathematical fact. It's an economic fact. As soon as we emerged from COVID-19, his inflationary policies took hold, applying tariffs not to protect American industry, but to tax Americans to help pay for his tax cut with higher prices. Same thing that he's trying to do right now. I paused from my article. The tariff that he's talking about coincides with the inflation, with the tax cuts that he wants to give to rich people, coincides with also what Vivek Ramaswamy and Musk wants to do with respect to their efficiency program, right? Because their efficiency program actually leaves everything untouched. Not touched, I mean. They said even Social Security is on the cutting block. Medicare is on the cutting block. So all of you folks who believed him, you believe the liar. You know he lies. We have proven he lies. You have seen with your own eyes that he lies. But you allowed your isms to vote against the one whose isms you didn't like. And in the process, your Social Security, your Medicare, your disability, they are all in danger in order to give people that have made a windfall over the years. All these billionaires made that windfall on your back. They used you. While productivity, Americans are great workers. Americans are the best. When people tell you we work, brothers and sisters, we work. You go to any other country in the world and you don't see people work as much. They have more vacation time. They have more grievance time. They have more time for lane load. They have all this time in the world. They have siestas. They have all. Americans are chucking it, working hard. And at the same time, the billionaires are telling you you're not working enough because you don't know how bad it is that they're using you. You don't realize that you're fighting to get to work. You're not having mass transit. You having to go into the traffic. You having to do all these things. And then they tell you you're not working hard enough, or you're a slough-off, or too many of you are slough-offs. I don't know too many slough-offs in this country. They highlight the slough-offs to get you pissed off because you are working so hard, and the one or two slough-offs that they make an example out of, you then create a hate for what they are saying there. Brothers, we're being hoodwinked. So we are the hardest workers in the world. And they still want you to work more. Do you know that our productivity went through the roof and we got very little of that? All that money went to the oligarchs, to those folks who have billions. A few callers, specifically Brian, he gets upset when I say the billionaires make the money on your back. That is not conjecture. That is not, I think the billionaires make money on your backs. That is a statement of fact. The abuse of the worker is what have made the billionaire class. That's a statement of fact. Provably, analytically, computationally, provably. This does not remove the reality that our inflation was caused primarily by greed, given the lack of shortages in most areas. In other words, even as Trump's tariffs were inflationary, and we have to be honest, Biden didn't remove most of them, or if any. That wasn't what caused that 9% inflation. That was corporate greed. Supply chain was a minor issue that was exploded. Price of oil and the war in Ukraine and Russia was not a real incident because there was never, ever an oil shortage. If you recall, even as the war went on, Saudi Arabia and Texas corporations colluded to cut 2 million barrels of oil off of the market to keep prices high and raise prices. That wasn't your government doing it. That wasn't Biden doing it. That was your plutocrats. That was your oligarchs. The people that continue to play with your minds. The people that continue to completely indoctrinate too many of us. Because Trump, the oligarchy and their sycophants' false narratives are never corrected on topic. I'm talking about the news media now. I'm back to my article. Because Trump, the oligarchy and their sycophants' false narratives are never corrected on topic after topic. Otherwise, good people can be maganized. I just created that word, folks. Are you maganized? Are you maganized? Well, the media have allowed their airwaves to be used by the plutocrats to maganize many of your brothers and sisters. And while more than 50% of the population has not yet fallen for the lies, the distribution of MAGA around the country, along with the progressive apathy, gives the Trumpists a winning hand, which is what occurred. After listening to the news this morning, every MAGA listener could rest assured that Donald Trump is a great president that accomplished much in the past, that Joe Biden screwed it all up, and that his return will bring better days. That's what I heard on the news on Sundays. Every MAGA person listening, that's what they've heard, because no correction was made when Donald Trump said I had the best economy. No correction was made when Donald Trump lied through his teeth. And Merkel said nothing. And all these other news people said nothing. The average listener would believe that while they may not have voted for Trump, he will be okay because he sounded sensible. They made him sound sensible. They sanitized Donald Trump. They sanitized that guy who holds women by their crutches. They sanitized that person who robbed them with a Trump University. They sanitized that guy who stole from his workers. They sanitized that guy who raped women. They sanitized that guy who didn't pay his taxes and inflated the price of his properties to get a loan and deflated the price of his properties for taxes. They sanitized him. They don't mention any of these things, but any other progressives come on TV. They're ready to challenge them, but they don't challenge the evil ones. Those who follow politics are left pulling hairs as the Trump normalization continues. The media did nothing about telling the truth about Biden's policies. Left to their own devices, they will and have started bringing back manufacturing. That is Biden's policies. These are Biden's policies. Left, if Trump leaves them alone, if Trump does absolutely nothing, manufacturing is back. Economic security is back. Infrastructure building is back, and much more. Of course, most of those successes will be realized during the Trump administration if Republican politicians can get over their propensity to cripple our economy. Let's remember a statement of verifiable fact. The economy always does better under Democratic presidents. Look it up. By over 50%, 2-point-something% average growth for one, 3-point-something% average growth. That's a differential that is huge in GDP. As the media continues its renormalization of Trump and his billionaires, their systemic destruction of our society could go unnoticed. The only avenue to get the attention of enough people who can form the necessary challenge and opposition to catastrophic changes to what this country represents is a decentralized, progressive media. I repeat, the media, the mainstream media has failed. The mainstream media is failing. The only avenue left to get the attention of enough people who can form the necessary challenge and opposition to catastrophic changes to what this country represents is a decentralized progressive media. And guess what? It is happening. It requires multi-platform, multimodal, old school and new school journalism. We see truthful work taking space. We see truthful work taking up space in Substack and other newsletters, TikTok, Instagram, Telegram, emails, radio, streaming TV, videos, blog, books, flyers, threads, Blue Sky, and so on. It isn't easy to shut it all down. They may get to shut down TikTok next year, but the others, the new and the old, will resurface. Many of us activist journalists, and I mean, many of us who form part of the independent progressive networks have already had Zooms and meetups about how we're going to do this. The resistance to any bad policy attempts is ready. So as soon as bad policy is executed, we're ready. The one thing we continue to discuss is the lack of funding. Major corporations and the non-profit foundations they bankroll have no desire to fund independent media. Of course, corporate funding is non-existent. This is why every independent media network seeks popular funding and affordable small levels of support from the people who listens and the people who share, etc., etc. Folks, let me tell you, it's on you. As Tom Hartman always say, it's on you now. Because the mainstream media, we have shown, because they are owned by the plutocracy, the oligarchy, the corporatocracy. If you want real news disseminated, we don't cost what they cost, but we get the job done. So when you see KPFT goes out there and say, folks, call 713-526-5738, extension number 1 to donate, to support the station, to support the truth. That's what we're talking about. The mainstream media has failed. All we've got left to save our democracy is the independent media. And with that, let's go to Patrick, line numero uno.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, we talk about the post office a lot, but we don't ever talk about why they want to sabotage it. I don't think we do.
Well, let me see what your thoughts are before I tell you what I've always written about. So go ahead and tell me your thoughts.
Oh, well, it's quite simple. It's where minorities are successful.
Oh, that one never crossed my mind. That one absolutely never crossed my mind.
It's a socialist program, and minorities do well there. They hate that.
Oh, wow. I never looked at it through that angle. I always looked at it through the angle of FedEx. I mean, it's a very lucrative business, and FedEx and UPS would like to own it all. But that part that would be the social aspect of it. Beforehand, welcome Eric Hayes and Danny Bagley. Thank you for being here. But yeah, I never looked at it that side, Patrick. Anything else you want to say, my brother?
Yeah, I've said it before on this program, but I'll say it again. Even before COVID, where I was working before, we lost about 100 hours of work between a week between 2018 and 2019. Mm-hmm. And where I worked had been open for over 30 years, and people that have been there for 30 years said that they'd never seen it like that before. We were subcontracted by TxDOT and did infrastructure work, and the quote unquote infrastructure president couldn't figure out how to keep the
that's coming back, so everybody gets to look forward to that.
Oh yeah, you got a lot of money. You got a lot of money coming in from the Biden's infrastructure project, so that'll be flushed.
All right, y'all have a good day.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I hope to see you at 3. All right, let's go to Brother Ray.
Hey, Brother Egberto, you were spitting hot fire this morning. I really was enjoying the preaching, because basically you don't say anything that's, untrue. And what's sad about the mainstream media, people like for instance, somebody I looked up to at one point was Stephen A. Smith. But Stephen A. Smith identifies more, even though he says he votes Democrat, he identifies as an independent, but he said he identifies with some conservative values, and he regretted at some point even voting for a Democrat because of the woke crap that they put on and all of that. And, he talks like somebody that is basically, going the way of Joe Scarborough, saying, let's give conservatives a chance, but I know because he's a mainstream sportscaster, that's where a lot of his bread is buttered. And I just feel like it's disgusting. He had, actually Jennifer Lewis was on his show, and she told everybody what she really felt. Now, if I had to share my sentiments on the matter of what's going on, Sister Jennifer Lewis, America's auntie, she said it. She hit all the nails on the head. That's my sentiment is.
And let me tell you about Smith. I sent him a tweet the other day because what he said was simply ridiculous. This woke thing, let me tell you, anytime I hear somebody said it's something, they're pushing this woke thing, I see a feeble mind, because it's amazing how they have allowed woke to seep into the mind as something negative. It's the same thing they did with the word liberal. They turn liberal into something negative when it is something positive. They try to turn woke into something negative when it's something positive. They turn DEI into something negative when it is something positive. That is how they function, and anybody who falls for it is feeble-minded. Because what happens is, you can see the good that comes out of wokeness. Simply means I'm awakened to things and how they affect humanity, how they affect people. I am awoke. There's nothing ever wrong with being awoken. And those that fall into the redefinition of these words, like I said, feeble-minded. And I say that with respect, but feeble-minded. You have to be able to stand up for values. And once you get off of that, feeble-minded. Anything else, Ray?
Yeah, I wanted to share this quote I got from Our Revolution this morning. I think it's very relevant to your working class soliloquy. It's basically saying the phrase unskilled labor is used to distract you from the fact that the work that they are doing is necessary for society. Just because, there's more. Just because some necessary jobs require less training time than others doesn't mean those people deserve to live in poverty.
Man, let me tell you something. Let me make a confession. I am an engineer, okay? And one of the things you learn going to, let's say, an elite public school like the University of Texas is you kind of leave this place with a chip on your shoulder, okay? And I had to learn how to get that chip off the shoulder, right? Because it turns out there are several incidences that happened in my life that showed me that it didn't matter how much smarts you thought you had up in your head and how much smarts you thought somebody else didn't have. Their smarts that they had that wasn't the smarts you had was just as important for life to go on. And that humbled me. because it is something I learned at the time of most need. And I wish all those people that think they're, and this goes for Musk and all these people that think they're wealthy and because they have capital, they have everything. It is something that they ought to learn. That statement that you just made, dear Ray, is it. And I should stop using. In fact, I've used the term unskilled labor. I should take that out of my vocabulary. No labor is unskilled labor. I can guarantee you a lot of what they call unskilled labor are things that I can't do and things you can't do, Ray.
Oh, absolutely. Like trash men,
Yeah.
That Martin Luther King was fighting for when he got assassinated down there in the South. He was fighting for the rights of the municipal workers who didn't get respect because they pick up trash. And that was not something people thought was respectable. It's unskilled labor, but it's very.
You did it. You did it. We said, I said I wouldn't do it. I hope we try not to call that unskilled labor anymore because you just,
I'm saying, I'm just using the term in the sense that, they're not, like I say, it's a necessary job.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
I read you, brother. I read you, brother. I read you. And you know something? Over the years, I've gone out to, to my garbage man and just look at him and I just say, and I'm serious. So people are like, oh, you're so corny. But I've gone out there and say, hey, brother, thank you. I see how those guys work and how they do it with a skill. The skill that they have to be able to do all of that in the amount of time and efficiency. Oh, it's great. So anyway, Ray, I got some more calls. So thank you. I'll talk to you at 3, brother.
Oh, and Patrick, you hit the nail on the head about the mail service because I see mostly black male postal worker, black and female and male postal workers. So that only makes it. I'll go on that.
Thank you very much, Ray. All right, let's go to Sister Betty. Betty, how you doing, beautiful?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for waking up getting the mean streak going in me this morning. On Trump, his lookalikes, his twins, they're inappropriate. They're like, say, for instance, a stepfather asking their stepdaughter to do something inappropriate when the mom is gone. I circle that for turning me out again 4 years. And on the garden, you can grow asparagus. They come sticking out of the ground straight up alongside your fence. And I still buy stamps. I love this country. And I love my 3 amigos, my 3 morning amigos. Love y'all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And let me just say, we love you very much, Betty. We love you right here. Come on in, Brother Augie.
And I was thinking about the MAGA people. The Democrats should have come up with their own MAGA caps where they say, make America great for everyone, not just the 1%ers. So we should have our own MAGA hats.
Yes.
Add the 2 words for everybody, not just the 1%ers. And don't realize that the 1%ers are buying up the media and they're telling the media what to say.
Yes.
And the Republicans have tried to overtake the government, make coups twice already. People forget about that. They did it in the 1930s. George W.'s grandfather, Prescott Bush, he was the ringleader of a coup attempt in the 1930s. He got Remington Arms Company to supply weapons for the coup. He got military officers to lead them. And the bonus army that went to World War I and wanted their bonus pay, they had a march on Washington. And they thought they could talk these military officers into getting the bonus army to be the soldiers for their coup. But they needed a Marine general to lead it, and the Marine general had morals, and he was patriotic and refused to go along. So the coup never happened, and the newspapers didn't write up about it. Just like today, the media doesn't write up about all the bad stuff the Republicans are doing, particularly the Trump Republicans.
You know,
in the 30s, the media said nothing to watch here, folks. It was just fake. And when the Senate hearings, they sealed them so nobody could find out the truth about what happened in the 1930s. Just like they're lying to us about what has happened during the Trump administration and what the Republicans are doing.
Yeah, let me tell you, I got some more calls that I got to take, Augie, but you nailed it. I'm watching on Netflix the new, I guess it's a new edition of the series, I believe, called Turning Point. I think it's the Bomb and Cold War. If anybody gets a chance to watch that series on Netflix, I got up this morning, I was watching it while I'm spinning this morning, and it's something that's very important for us to watch because it has, it goes right into today. But anyway, Augie, thank you, my brother. And, we'll talk more this week. All right.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, brother. Let's go to brother Bruce. Come on in, Bruce.
Yeah. Hey, Berto, good morning. I want to address the caller that talked about Stephen A. Smith and woke. As a child, and I'm 70 years old, so it was in the 60s, I remember going with my family to get hamburgers at a little tiny shack on Long Point Drive, and they had separate bathrooms, one marked colored. I'll take woke. I remember being at Herman Park playing as a kid and being told, don't go to that water fountain over there, you'll catch diseases. That's the colored water fountain. I'll take woke. I went to school with a kid that had childhood polio. He's one of my best friends. Spent his entire middle school years with a steel bar up his back with a brace under his neck. Had to turn his whole body to address you when he spoke to him. He lost the brace in high school and got better, but he would take woke. I had both mumps, chicken pox, and measles as a kid. If my parents had been offered a vaccine back then, I'm sure they would have preferred woke. Woke is not a bad word. Thank you. Goodbye.
Boy, Bruce, thank you for those statements. And you know what? You keep putting your voice out there, all right? I guess he left already. Anyway, thank you for that, Bruce. That was excellent. And actually, I could make about that? I think I'm going to cut that baby out. That was a great, immediately made poem. Let's go to Brother Brian. Brother Brian, morning. You're on.
Everyone have a good weekend? Yeah, everybody have a good weekend?
Yes, sir. How was yours?
It was good. It was good.
Good. Talk to me.
I do see that. Yeah, I do see that Biden has taken credit for the fall of Syria. That was rather nice of him, even though he had zero to do with it. I see he's out there patting himself on the back, saying, "Yeah, look what I did."
I didn't quite take it that way. I just took it as American policy staying consistent. Ultimately, did that. That's what I read into it. But we can read different things into what people say.
Okay, who pulled the majority of troops out of Syria? To let it fall by itself? It was Donald Trump, wasn't it?
I don't know that any of that really, let me ask you something, Brian. Why don't you just relish in when something successful happens as opposed to saying it's Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump did that. When we go after Donald Trump, it's because Donald Trump has done something that materially affects Americans. Okay, but when it comes to things that work internationally, we're not going to go after Donald Trump for anything like that. I mean, I think it would do you well, and this is just my humble opinion. I think it'll do you well to just start thinking about things going well or not, as opposed to looking at the head of these things going right or wrong. Because again, you get into, that's how we make mistakes as a country. I think the country made a grave mistake. And I think you are going to, I don't know if you will ever come on the air and admit that, but I think when policies start to come out, if we are not completely successful, I mean, progressive activists, if we're not very successful in blunting some of this stuff, you are going to get hurt. That's all I'm going to tell you. You are going to get hurt. So I think it's time for us to start kind of chilling a bit. Go ahead.
I don't understand. I don't understand your statement. Donald Trump pulls our troops, the majority of them, out of a conflict zone. And yet Biden takes credit for the fall of a foreign government.
Man, you're into that cycle again. Why don't you just say, Syria fell? I mean, Bashar al-Assad fell. It's a good thing. Call it a day. Call it a day, Brian.
No, we had nothing to do with that, and yet Biden is taking control and credit for the fall of the nation.
But here's the thing, right? Brian, I'm from Panama. Whenever you look at me and tell me that Biden has nothing to do with it, I disagree with, let me explain. I disagree with Biden's policies completely when it comes to how he dealt with Israel and the Middle East, including Syria. Okay? But here's what I'm going to tell you. A lot of what Netanyahu did with Hezbollah and crippling crippling Iran was the mitigating factor that caused the attack on Bashar al-Assad. Okay, so if you go down the list of things that occurred that caused the fall of Assad, Biden could take credit, even though I don't like that kind of a credit, because I thought that the genocide in Israel, the attacks in Beirut on Hezbollah, etc., which is a prime factor in why Iran is weak and couldn't help sustain Assad, was causal. So if you really want us to get technical of who has more of a, who likely made Assad fall, Biden could take credit for that, because he's the one who helped Israel get rid of Hezbollah, who weakened the policies that caused Syria to fall. There's your explanation. But Brian, you can go look it up and then come back tomorrow and talk to me. Thank you, Brian. You have a wonderful rest of your day. All right. Look, folks, we got to get out of here. But beforehand, let's go to the geniuses in the studio.
Well, Brian's perspective is always very interesting. I will say that. Thank you for calling in, Brian. You're always welcome to call back. Jack, what you got?
Well, to me, woke is a condescending put down to the people that are aware of the right's deception.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I love the way Bruce did it. And when I'm done with the program, I'm going to cut that baby out and I'm going to put it onto my not my Substack. I'm going to put it onto my Blue Sky. And you're going to be a star, Bruce. Anyway, all our listeners, I love you all our callers. You too, Brian. I always have to say that. You too, Brian. Please remember, all the rest of the program is at politicsdoneright.com/newsletter, politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. My name is Egberto Willis. This is Politics Done Right. And you know how I get out of here. We are what? Out. Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It. As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom. It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willis.
Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willis. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out of politics. This is the program that will encourage you to make sure government becomes we the people. Whether you are liberal, progressive, conservative, or otherwise, you get to air your point of view. We are an independent media outlet that, unlike mainstream media beholden to corporations, we only owe allegiance to you. Remember, you can also...
Well, folks, welcome to one more edition of Politics Done Right. I'm Egberto Willis, your host. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. Hey, we're going to have a great show for you today. I have a couple of videos that I did on my morning show, the KPFT 90.1 FM today. But I want to tackle a lot of what we have here with the what seems to be the resolution of, and it seems like that's what it's going to be. It seems like it's going to be the resolution of the case, right? Because it turns out that it seems like they have caught the person who actually, speculation still. We don't know for sure. Speculation still. They've likely found the person who perpetrated that act on the CEO of United Healthcare. Anyway, let's get busy. Let's get started this way. Welcome aboard Eric Hayes. He's in the house from Kingwood, Texas. Welcome aboard Maywood from Long Beach, California. Welcome aboard AVQ from Brooklyn, New York. Welcome aboard everybody else that I haven't yet touched. By the way, we are taking calls. If you want to call in and make your case as well, the number is 281-823-7747. Again, that number is 281-823-7747 if you want to call in and talk about what's going on. But I before I get there, I want to get more of the people on our YouTube channels and our other channels activated. So I'm going to start by just saying the following. The media continues in the most part to fail, but I must give some kudos to Katie Tur. I must give some kudos to Ro Khanna. I must give some kudos to a few of them that are actually realizing the angst of the American population with what is actually occurring in our healthcare system, that not to give an excuse or not to mitigate that this guy pop a cap into a CEO. That's never the right thing to do, right? But again, remember that what he did was murder. But somehow in our system, in our electoral system, in our justice system, we don't consider what these CEOs do to people, not one person, but thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people who actually are, as we would have to say, we can't quite say murdered by these CEOs, but at least can we call it maybe voluntary manslaughter? I'm interested to see in the chat. Those of you that are in the chat, whether you're on Twitter or you're on whatever, you can give it. You can, if you put a message in Twitter or a message in YouTube or wherever, I'll actually be able to see it. But I want to point out. I'm trying to look for that article right now that I wrote a few years ago. And notice what I said. I wrote a few years ago, and it had to do with manslaughter and politicians. Let's see if I can come up with that article, because it's important. I want to point out some things that I said. In fact, Tom Hartman, after I wrote the article, picked up the article and he did a program on it, and I appeared on his program when he did it. And in the article I said, let me go ahead and pull that up real quickly. There we go. I'm going to put that on the screen right now. And in that article, I said, political malpractice kills and the perpetrator should be dealt with accordingly. Of course, what I meant when I said accordingly, I meant CEOs like this guy didn't belong in front of an investor conference saying how much he's making for the company, because we have to realize that he has made all that money by denying all those people justice, by denying, not justice, but denying them health care. So in this thing, I said, we give a lot of lip service to holding politicians accountable, but how often do we actually hold them to account? The answer is rarely. But if we treated political malpractice like the violent crime that it is, we would likely get much better service from political servants, right? It may seem extreme to talk about political malpractice, but unless we ultimately decide to do so, innocent people will continue to die. The big news today isn't that a lot of people today will die because the health insurance company delayed their care or denied their care. I want you to hear this well. Thousands of people will die today because our politicians who are malpracticing politicians have ceded our health care to private insurance companies who profit from denying us services. And that's the reason many will die. So those perpetrators of that ill, those perpetrators of that sin will actually get off. They are directly responsible for the outcomes of thousands of Americans today. They'll pay no price. But what's his name? Luigi Mangione, correctly so, if he is found to be the ones who goes ahead and found guilty of this assassination, if you will rightfully go to jail to pay for his crime. But now Mike Cisak said, "Oh, his family is a damn, the people he's related to." Yeah, I would expect that. I would expect somebody that so cares about the destructive nature of our healthcare system to have been able to put his life, to destroy his life forever. This kid has destroyed his life forever. Yeah, I would expect that person to be, I'm not going to run away from saying this dude was a progressive, because that's what it seems like from what I saw on his Twitter account. I visited his Twitter account, etc., and saw some of the write-ins that he did, etc. Yeah, I'm sorry, he is. He was trying to make a statement that he shouldn't have done it that way. But again, he's going to pay. Every one of those CEOs at all of these insurance companies have blood on their hands. Are they going to pay? Of course not. Of course not. Because the way the laws are written, some people can be guilty of manslaughter based on what the definition of manslaughter is, whether involuntary or voluntary, and others just pay with their life. So, folks, I want it to be very, very clear that by no means is this program or any progressive that I know is there justifying what Luigi Mangione is purported to have done. But we do understand that his sin is no less than the sins of the CEOs. In fact, his sin took out one person. But the sins of that CEO, the sins of those who are elected to run that company, not elected, the sins who are appointed for that company, was to eliminate thousands of Americans for a profit. And not only just a profit, but a large, large profit. Think about that, people, before you go ahead and do any judgments. And luckily, the American people have fallen on the right side of decency in this regards. Whereas they are not condoning the person who killed the person who unalived that person, that CEO. But they are using that unaliving. They're using it to point out exactly the evil within the private health insurance company, the for-profit insurance company. So let's be clear here. Those of us that are progressives, those of us that want, that have a soul, those of us that believe in people, those of us that have values, we shouldn't. Let me tell you what's going to happen on the right at this point in time. They're going to try to use Mr. Luigi, or rather Mr. Mangione. They're going to try to use Mr. Mangione as, look at what the liberals, the progressive do. What I'm saying at this point, my brothers and sisters, do not embrace the crime, but immediately make the switch. Immediately make the switch, those of you that are progressives, to the healthcare system and why it must go from nonprofit to a single-payer healthcare for all system. This can be a catalyst to wake Americans up. This can be a catalyst to open people's minds to the evil that is our current healthcare industry. So, you know what they say, take lemons and make lemonade. So as soon as they bring that stuff about progressives went ahead and took out this guy, flip it around. Remember that these guys, while he did a wrong thing, these guys unalive Americans daily by the thousands. They unalive Americans daily by the thousands with their neglect. And we can stop it now. And how can we stop it? We can stop it by having Medicare for all. And you know what? Medicare for all is cheaper. And you know what? Medicare for all ensures that all those who need a particular care will get it. But we have to hold the bull by the horns now and do it. And that's why I said it is imperative right now that progressive media take the bull by the horn, because, you know, we're going to have Katie Tur and maybe Ali Velshi and the good reporters at MSNBC and a few at CNN. They're going to hold the bull and take it as far as they can. But they're not going to take it far enough, because they're not going to come out and say that the for-profit health insurance system is a cancer, that the for-profit healthcare system is a cancer. It's a killer. And that the perpetrators, the people who lead these organizations for profit over profit. After all, he was at an investor conference in New York. They were going to go ahead and talk about the greatness of the profits they're making. Do you know, it's over now, but all those commercials on TV trying to get you to buy Medicare Advantage, all of them on TV trying to get you to buy Medicare Advantage to give you lower care than you would get from the real thing. These guys have hoodwinked Americans into buying stuff that screws them. It is time, people. It is time. It is time. It is time. It is time. So, again, my word to you is to not buy into when they try to tell you, oh, you're being woke, or buy into trying to say, oh, you know what? It turns out is a progressive who did that violence, and try to string it on to what occurred on January 6th. You know, they're going to try to do all that kind of crap. Don't buy into it. So here is a marching orders for progressives. Progressives, here are our marching orders. As soon as anyone brings up in a negative light what Mr. Luigi Mangione has done, which again, it's a wrong thing, immediately flip it to, it was directed by the industry that has consistently and continuously harmed people, hurt people, unalived people. The narrative must be changed immediately. The narrative should not be on Mr. Thompson, who got $10 million a year for doing nothing. $10 million a year. That is your premiums going to pay that guy $10 million a year. Undeserved, entirely undeserved. because that is just welfare going into his pockets. He does nothing for it. He pays a bill, and he doesn't even pay the bill. He has a whole staff that pays a bill and a whole staff that cons Americans into the policies that he sells. Okay? So let's get with the program, folks. This is where we go on offense. I repeat, we go on offense. This is a perfect opportunity to go on offense. And don't expect help from the mainstream media because, again, you know it's not coming. Well, anyway, I did a piece this morning that I want to play now. So let's go ahead and check this out, and then we'll take it on the other side. Top Democrats warn Trump to steal from federal programs. Yep, that is the idea. That is what you voted for. That is what progressive activists will try to mitigate, to correct for the grave mistake that this country made. One of the biggest searches on Google after the election was how to change your vote. Amazing, isn't it? Big question on Google, how to change your vote. Because after people made that gut decision, and for many, that sexist decision, and for others, that racist decision, even as they knew better, they sat and asked themselves, oh my God, what did I do? And Ramaswamy and and Musk, crypto kings, they are actually going to show you if progressive activists aren't successful in slowing things down to ensure that America is saved. And this isn't hyperbole what I'm talking about. But anyhow, it has already started. The media has already started its appeasement. You know, I wrote this piece yesterday. I was kind of, on Sunday mornings, I get up and I have to be in my studio at 8 sharp, because that is the time CNN starts with its first Sunday news show. Well, the first real Sunday news show. Then it goes to NBC and CBS as well as Fox and the others. So I have all these screens up and I'm watching all these things. And today I'm trying to see, or yesterday on Sunday, I'm trying to see what's coming. How are these guys going to go ahead and talk the narrative? And I'm thinking, is it going to be appeasement like Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski did with Trump, and now they're trying to, justify it? Likewise, the New York Times, likewise, the LA Times, likewise, the Washington Post. Is it going to be appeasement like all the news media seem to have been doing? The answer is yes. So look, I've been complaining about the mainstream media. This is the article that I wrote yesterday for my Substack and all the places. And it says as follows. I've been complaining about the mainstream media and its willful inability to challenge our oligarchy and degenerates like Donald Trump. I watched as Morning Joe's Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough parachuted into Mar-a-Lago to kiss the Trump's ring. And after the progressive dust-up pretty much gave the excuse that, hey, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and others are doing the same. So brother Joe Scarborough went on TV, and I like Joe. I love Mika. But he went on TV and said, look, others are doing it too, so why not do it? Yeah, but what you did was appeasing the criminal. You appeased the criminal. You gave the criminal standing. So really, Joe, that's what you thought you needed to do? With several papers like the Washington Post and LA Times changing their editorials to satisfy Trump, I'm not sure that puts Morning Joe in good company. If that was not bad enough, Morning Joe's producer in real time scolded ultra-conservative David Frum for criticizing the drunk and woman abuser Pete Hegseth. You know, the guy that's going to be defense secretary. And notice I said the guy that is going to be defense secretary. Joni Ernst, after giving the impression like she has no intention of voting for Hegseth, said, oh, I'm going to meet with him again. Well, you know what they did to Joni Ernst in Iowa? They put up a whole bunch of ads that said she's part of the establishment. She's part of the deep state. So they're scaring her into voting for Pete Hegseth. Is it going to work? We'll see. But I have a feeling it's going to work. What did he say? What did ultra-conservative David Frum say on a purported to be relatively liberal station, MSNBC, that got the MSNBC producers to give him a hard time, to criticize him in real time? Hey, you better watch what you're saying, Frum. All he said was the truth. He said about Hegseth, if you are too drunk for Fox News, you're very, very drunk indeed. After that commercial break, Mika also issued an apology calling the true statement flippant. She said what he said after Frum left the studio and after the break, she called it flippant. He told a truth and she called it flippant. Frum criticized the Morning Joe fiasco in an article he wrote for The Atlantic titled The Sound of Fear on Air. In other words, the takeover of the media by the oligarchy is complete. The sound of fear on air. It's like we are back in the Soviet Union, where Pravda was the national paper and could only say the things that the people in power would have them say. Remember Pravda? The article is more than a decade late, as the damage done by mainstream media fear began from the time it became a profit center, more so than the unambiguous truth teller. As I do every Sunday morning, I set up my computer screens to watch all the Sunday morning shows from the major news networks. I grabbed a few clips, but as I clipped more and more video clips, I got more and more upset. Why? The questioning of the president and his sycophants was nothing more than the platforming and the normalization of an alternate universe. No real pushback on the stream of lies, misinformation, and misrepresentations was addressed in any substantive fashion. One irked me specifically when Donald Trump said to Kristen Welker that his economy was greatest and that the inflation was low for Biden's first year and a half because of said economy. Because of Trump economy, he claims Biden's inflation in the first year and a half was low. That's BS, of course. Welker did not use the opportunity to tell Americans the truth. And the truth is so simple. And if she told the truth and the right wing got mad about it, that would even further enhance the truth, because we could have come back and said, here are the numbers. You're fighting about it, right wing. You're fighting about it, MAGA. But here are the numbers. And let me tell you what she should have said. The fact is that Trump's economy, as a continuation of the Obama economy before COVID-19, was no better than the Obama's economy, because he passed no growth policies other than a tax cut that exploded the debt more than any president in American history. Again, Trump, we thought Reagan was bad on a proportionate basis, but Trump exploded the budget more so than any other American president in history. Inflation had not started going up with his mismanagement of the economy, because COVID-19 killed demand. If you don't have demand, you can't have inflation. It kept inflation at bay. Again, if you have a pandemic, you don't have demand. If you don't have demand, you don't have a problem with people buying, and as such, prices either fall or stay the same. It's a mathematical truth. It's a mathematical fact. It's an economic fact. As soon as we emerged from COVID-19, his inflationary policies took hold, applying tariffs not to protect American industry, but to tax Americans to help pay for his tax cut with higher prices. Same thing that he's trying to do right now. I paused from my article. The tariff that he's talking about coincides with the inflation, with the tax cuts that he wants to give to rich people, coincides with also what Vivek Ramaswamy and Musk wants to do with respect to their efficiency program, right? Because their efficiency program actually leaves everything untouched. Not touched, I mean. They said even Social Security is on the cutting block. Medicare is on the cutting block. So all of you folks who believed him, you believed a liar. You know he lies. We have proven he lies. You have seen with your own eyes that he lies. But you allowed your isms to vote against the one whose isms you didn't like. And in the process, your Social Security, your Medicare, your disability, they are all in danger in order to give people that have made a windfall over the years. All these billionaires made that windfall on your back. They used you. While productivity, Americans are great workers. Americans are the best. When people tell you we work, brothers and sisters, we work. You go to any other country in the world and you don't see people work as much. They have more vacation time. They have more grievance time. They have more time for lane load. They have all this time in the world. They have all. Americans are chucking it, working hard. And at the same time, the billionaires are telling you you're not working enough because you don't know how bad it is that they're using you. You don't realize that you're fighting to get to work. You're not having mass transit. You having to go into the traffic. You having to do all these things. And then they tell you you're not working hard enough, or you're a slough, or too many of you are slough offs. I don't know too many slough offs in this country. They highlight the slough offs to get you pissed off because you are working so hard, and the one or two slough offs that they make an example out of, you then create a hate for what they are saying there. Brothers, we're being hoodwinked. So we are the hardest workers in the world, and they still want you to work more. Do you know that our productivity went through the roof and we got very little of that? All that money went to the oligarchs, to those folks who have billions. A few callers, specifically Brian, he gets upset when I say the billionaires make the money on your back. That is not conjecture. That is not, I think the billionaires make money on your backs. That is a statement of fact. The abuse of the worker is what have made the billionaire class. That's a statement of fact. Provably, analytically, computationally, provably. This does not remove the reality that our inflation was caused primarily by greed, given the lack of shortages in most areas. In other words, even as Trump's tariffs were inflationary, and we have to be honest, Biden didn't remove most of them, or if any. That wasn't what caused that 9% inflation. That was corporate greed. Supply chain was a minor issue that was exploded. Price of oil and the war in Ukraine and Russia was not a real incident because there was never, ever an oil shortage. If you recall, even as the war went on, Saudi Arabia and Texas corporations colluded to cut 2 million barrels of oil off of the market to keep prices high and raise prices. That wasn't your government doing it. That wasn't Biden doing it. That was your plutocrats. That was your oligarchs. The people that continue to play with your minds. The people that continue to completely indoctrinate too many of us. Because Trump, the oligarchy and their sycophants' false narratives are never corrected on topic. I'm talking about the news media now. I'm back to my article. Because Trump, the oligarchy and their sycophants' false narratives are never corrected on topic after topic. Otherwise, good people can be maganized. I just created that word, folks. Are you maganized? Are you maganized? Well, the media have allowed their airwaves to be used by the plutocrats to maganize many of your brothers and sisters. And while more than 50% of the population has not yet fallen for the lies, the distribution of MAGA around the country, along with the progressive apathy, gives the Trumpists a winning hand, which is what occurred. After listening to the news this morning, every MAGA listener could rest assured that Donald Trump is a great president that accomplished much in the past, that Joe Biden screwed it all up, and that his return will bring better days. That's what I heard on the news on Sunday. Any MAGA person listening, that's what they've heard, because no correction was made when Donald Trump said I had the best economy. No correction was made when Donald Trump lied through his teeth and Merkel said nothing. And all these other news people said nothing. The average listener would believe that while they may not have voted for Trump, he will be okay, because he sounded sensible. They made him sound sensible. They sanitized Donald Trump. They sanitized that guy who holds women by their crutches. They sanitized that person who robbed them with a Trump University. They sanitized that guy who stole from his workers. They sanitized that guy who raped women. They sanitized that guy who didn't pay his taxes and inflated the price of his properties to get a loan and deflated the price of his properties for taxes. They sanitized him. They don't mention any of these things, but any other progressives come on TV. They're ready to challenge them, but they don't challenge the evil ones. Those who follow politics are left pulling hairs as the Trump normalization continues. The media did nothing about telling the truth about Biden's policies. Left to their own devices, they will and have started bringing back manufacturing. That is Biden's policies. These are Biden's policies. If Trump leaves them alone, if Trump does absolutely nothing, manufacturing is back, economic security is back, infrastructure building is back, and much more. Of course, most of those successes will be realized during the Trump administration if Republican politicians can get over their propensity to cripple our economy. Let's remember a statement of verifiable fact. The economy always does better under Democratic presidents. Look it up. By over 50%, 2-point-something% average growth for one, 3-point-something% average growth. That's a differential that is huge in GDP. As the media continues its renormalization of Trump and his billionaires, their systemic destruction of our society could go unnoticed. They own the only avenue to get the attention of enough people who can form the necessary challenge and opposition to catastrophic changes to what this country represents is a decentralized progressive media. I repeat, the mainstream media has failed. The mainstream media is failing. The only avenue left to get the attention of enough people who can form the necessary challenge and opposition to catastrophic changes to what this country represents is a decentralized progressive media. And guess what? It is happening. It requires multi-platform, multimodal, old school and new school journalism. We see truthful work taking space. We see truthful work taking up space in Substack and other newsletters, TikTok, Instagram, Telegram, emails, radio, streaming TV, videos, blog, books, flyers, threads, Blue Sky, and so on. It isn't easy to shut it all down. They may get to shut down TikTok next year, but the others, the new and the old, will resurface. Many of us activist journalists, and I mean, many of us who form part of the independent progressive networks have already had Zooms and meetups about how we're going to do this. The resistance to any bad policy attempts is ready. So as soon as bad policy is executed, we're ready. The one thing we continue to discuss is the lack of funding. Major corporations and the non-profit foundations they bankroll have no desire to fund independent media. Of course, corporate funding is non-existent. This is why every independent media network seeks popular funding and affordable small levels of support from the people who listens and the people who share, etc., etc. Folks, let me tell you, it's on you. As Tom Hartman always say, It's on you now, because the mainstream media, we have shown, because they are owned by the plutocracy, the oligarchy, the corporatocracy. If you want real news disseminated, we don't cost what they cost, but we get the job done. So when you see KPFT goes out there and say, folks, call 713-526-5738, extension number 1 to donate, to support the station, to support the truth. That's what we're talking about. The mainstream media has failed. All we've got left to save our democracy is the independent media. That's all we have to save the democracy, folks. Independent media. That's us. That's what we do. Anyway, folks, to make some corrections, it's a statement of fact. The economy does better under Democrats than under Republicans by over a percentage points, which means billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars better. And number 2, Donald Trump's average inflation rate was 1.9%, and Biden will leave at 5.2% average inflation rate. Now, let's be clear here. That inflation rate that Biden has was a direct result of the ineptitude of the way Donald Trump handled the COVID epidemic that gave the plutocrats a chance to create a false narrative of that it's a supply chain that caused 9% inflation. It wasn't the supply chain. And as I explained that, I explained the oil, I explained all those features there. You can choose to believe it or you can choose to be hoodwinked. We have some in our chat that choose to be hoodwinked. They don't believe it. They don't believe that once you increase the price of oil, that permeates through the entire economy. And we can understand why. Transporting vegetables, transporting goods, transporting everything. Bridge MCP is in the house. Love to see you, girl. Haven't seen you in a while. Yvette Avery Herod is in the house. Great to see you, Yvette, in the house. Jean Daigle is in the house. Great to see you. Patrick Magner is in the house. You guys came in kind of late today. Mike Cisak is in the house. Carl Cox is in the house. Carl Cox, get over it, my dear brother. Like I said before, if anybody needs an apology, you need to apologize to the chat room. I suggest you go listen to the tape of what it is, or look at the thing and see what you actually wrote in the chat. I suggest you go back in time and do that. But welcome aboard, Carl Cox, and good piece that you put in there as far as the murders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you better get over that privilege that you think you have, brother, and let's be real progressives instead of sitting back there waiting for an apology that will not come, because, again, the apology needed is yours to the audience. Yours to the audience. Just like CSEC and others owe a huge apology for much of the racism that they put here in the chat. They should be apologizing to quite a few people themselves. Anyway, Lee Grant says economic and political cycles aren't necessarily synchronous. It is never synchronous. But again, we have a pattern. And the pattern is under Democratic presidents, the economy does better. And we can understand why. There is a reason why. If you take a look at Keynesian economics and the type of economics practiced by Democrats in general, and by the way, I'm not talking all that I agree with all what these guys talk about, okay? Because, I mean, neoliberals, whether Democrat or Republican, to me are the same damn thing, all right? But the truth of the matter is that Democrats are much better for the economy in every single respect, including the amount of spending. Donald Trump had the largest deficit, bar none. Donald Trump did. Okay? Deficits are larger under Republicans in the aggregate than under Democrats. The only Democrat that has had a budget surplus in the last 50 years was a Democrat. So let's get real. There's a fallacy and then there's the reality. And the right pushes the reality. They're wrong and strong. And the left is too damn timid too often to go out there and just stick it to the folks that are screwing the economy. Folks, like I said, we got to person up. It is time that we person up. Okay? It is time. And Carl Cox, feel free to go for good. You prove the privilege you think you deserve. my dear brother, that's your choice. That is your choice. C'est la vie. Madre mía, carajo. ¿Quién tú crees que eres? ¿Quién diablos tú crees que eres? Anyway, let's continue. So again, bye-bye. Let's continue, my dear brothers and sisters. You know, what we deal here, folks, is in truth. And all of us can make mistakes. All of us can say the wrong things. And the one thing we should be decent about is apologizing if we make a mistake. I have come to our chat when I have screwed up and apologized. Nobody is perfect. But I don't want anybody to think that you have some innate privilege to believe that you are owed an apology after you showed a very insensitive nature to somebody of some other identity, and think that you deserve an apology because you were insensitive and want to call your insensitivity your opinion. There are certain things that are opinions, but insensitivity or racism or sexism or machismo that affects women or gender affirmation, etc., that ain't opinion. Okay, let's be clear about that, brothers and sisters. I am here to defend everybody, absolutely everybody. Okay, sorry for that infuriation. I'm sorry for that infuriation. And listen to Lee Grant. And Brother Grant is a conservative MAGA brother, supporter of this show. And he mans himself up. I disagree with the brother a lot, but he mans himself up, or look at me getting sexist. Sorry. He persons himself up. And if I call him out, he takes it. If he calls me out, I take it. You only call me out like 3 or 4 times, brother. Okay? You didn't get all that much, but I think I've got you beat on that, brother. All right, brother, let's go ahead and put what Brother Rudnin wants for the screen. And by the way, folks, feel free to give us a call, 281-823-7747. 281-823-7747. All right, it says, it don't matter if we're wrong. We're right. Wrong and strong. That is right. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have that on the screen. Why don't I have that on the screen? There we go. Wait. Come on, Egberto. Rudnin had something important on the screen. Why don't you have that on the screen? Oh, that's because I didn't clip it on right. There we go. All right, Brother Rudnin has it on the screen. If don't matter if we're wrong, we're right. And again, by the way, progressives can get into that modal as well. Okay? Progressives can get into that modal as well, where, we are singularly focused on one thing, and then we don't see the error in our ways. I went to a meeting at Move to Amend, and this was during the period that I was getting the sexism extricated out of me. And I tell you, people just went ahead. Those women in this group, when I just got into the group, they had me for supper. Because there are things that I would say that I didn't realize that it was cloaked in such sexism. Because again, I'm from Latin America. Yo soy panameño, así que nosotros somos sexistas, right? I didn't realize it, but I learned. And when I learned, I was able to change. We got to do that, people. Anyway, I got a quick 4-minute stuff I want you guys to hear. This occurred on the show this morning with our brother Ray and our brother Bruce. Listen to what they had to say about woke. Let's go to Brother Ray.
Hey, Brother Egberto, you were spitting hot fire this morning. I really was enjoying the preaching, because basically You don't say anything that's, untrue. And you know what's sad about the mainstream media? People like, for instance, somebody I looked up to at one point was Stephen A. Smith. But Stephen A. Smith identifies more, even though he says he votes Democrat, he identifies as an independent, but he said he identifies with some conservative values, and he regretted at some point even voting for a Democrat because of the woke crap that they put on and all of that. And, he talks like somebody that is basically, going the way of Joe Scarborough, saying, let's give conservatives a chance, but I know because he's a mainstream sportscaster, that's where a lot of his bread is buttered. And I just feel like it's disgusting. He had, actually Jennifer Lewis was on his show, and she told everybody what she really felt. Now, if I had to share my sentiments on the matter of what's going on, Sister Jennifer Lewis, America's auntie, she said it. She hit all the nails on the head. That's my sentiment is.
And let me tell you about Smith. I sent him a tweet the other day because what he said was simply ridiculous. This woke thing. Let me tell you. Anytime I hear somebody said it's something they pushing this woke thing, I see a feeble mind, because it's amazing how they have allowed woke to seep into the mind as something negative. It's the same thing they did with the word liberal. They turn liberal into something negative when it is something positive. They try to turn woke into something negative when it's something positive. They turn DEI into something negative when it is something positive. That is how they function, and anybody who falls for it is feeble-minded. Because what happens is you can see the good that comes out of wokeness. Simply means I'm awakened to things and how they affect humanity, how they affect people. I am awoke. There's nothing ever wrong with being awoken. And those that fall into the redefinition of these words, like I said, feeble-minded. And I say that with respect, but feeble-minded. You have to be able to stand up for values. And once you get off of that, feeble-minded. Let's go to Brother Bruce. Come on in, Bruce.
Yeah, hey, Berto, good morning. I want to address the caller that talked about Stephen A. Smith and woke. As a child, and I'm 70 years old, so it was in the 60s, I remember going with my family to get hamburgers at a little tiny shack on Long Point Drive, and they had separate bathrooms, one marked colored. I'll take woke. I remember being at Herman Park playing as a kid and being told, don't go to that water fountain over there. You'll catch diseases. That's the colored water fountain. I'll take woke. I went to school with a kid that had childhood polio. He's one of my best friends. Spent his entire middle school years with a steel bar up his back with a brace under his neck. Had to turn his whole body to address you when he spoke to him. He lost the brace in high school and got better, but he would take woke. I had both mumps, chicken pox, and measles as a kid. If my parents had been offered a vaccine back then, I'm sure they would have preferred woke. Woke is not a bad word. Thank you. Goodbye.
Boy, Bruce, thank you for those statements. And you know what? You keep putting your voice out there. All right. Thank you for that, Bruce. That was excellent. That was absolutely excellent. Was that boss or what? He almost turned it into a poem, man. And that actually got to my heart. We also had Patrick gave called in as well. It just wasn't on the woke issue. Patrick called in earlier and spoke about what the reason was that the real USPS, why people so hate it. I have to do some thinking about that. Maybe that is one that we got to have some. Don't forget, we got a coffee date, Patrick Magner. That is one of the. I think we're going to have some coffee on that one, because I am not sure if I wanted to go where you went this morning. So let's talk about that, because I want to get more of your insight based on how you talk to your friends and so forth. I want to learn about that. So let's keep that as one of the topics for our coffee brother Magner, because I after I got off the line with you, I said to myself, I don't want to jump on that bandwagon until I have, sort of more corroboration. Anyway, folks, look, you guys are real good and active in there. And yes, Lee, I am lively today, not only because of what occurs, but I'm telling you why I am now pissed off. And I'm actually pissed off at the results of that case in New York, where the killer of that young man got off. I think he should have at least gotten not voluntary manslaughter, but involuntary manslaughter. And even if he got probation for it, involuntary manslaughter, and let me explain why. And this is a lot of people don't quite believe this. And I first use myself as an example. Let me go ahead. I hear you, Patrick, and that's what I want you to talk to me about. I really want you to talk to me about it. I really want to go into that in detail to see how you say it, right? But here's the thing. Daniel Penny held this guy in a chokehold, even as people were saying, hey, he's not moving, etc. Right? And he gets off. Okay. My thing isn't to penalize this guy and throw him in jail for 20 years. After all, maybe he was trying to do a good thing. Maybe he was playing soldier. But as a black man, as a Latino, as a Caribbean man, there's one thing that I have seen time and time again. And that is the value of life. And anybody who wants to be honest, all my white brothers and sisters in this chat and that are listening to me right now, you cannot tell me that you don't see the difference in treatment, not only by cops, but the average American citizen when they're doing certain things like what Daniel Penny did to hold down that guy. When the guy in Florida that got killed, Jamar, what's his name? That started the big movement. Trevor, you know who I'm talking about, Trevor Martin, okay? You can't tell me that justice is ported out differently. And what these kinds of results do to people like me is it makes me feel unsafe. It puts it in the position that I would never do what that guy did. Yeah, you can bring Kyle Rittenhouse too, right? I could not do, I may want to help somebody, but I'm fearful to help somebody just because when the cop comes, who do they think is a perpetrator? Trayvon Martin, thank you. When the cop comes and he sees, we see it happens all the time. We see in, I think it was Detroit or one of these cities, where the woman calls the cops for help and she ends up getting killed with a bullet in her eye. My white audience, my white brothers and sisters, I'm a professional. I'm an engineer. I'm a business owner. I'm an author. I have a media company. I write blogs. I write articles. I write for newspapers. I do all of that. And when I see a cop, there's a lump in my throat. When I have to act in society where there's anything that I think could possibly be misconstrued to put me at harm with the law, I take the safe way out because I want no involvement with our justice system whatsoever. And like I said, I want no involvement with our criminal justice system. And these results expresses one of the reasons that I want no part of the criminal justice system. Because Daniel Penny at least deserved to have said, when you're dealing with another human being, you cannot be reckless. That guy didn't attack anybody. That guy had no gun. That guy had nothing other than acting because he was mentally unstable. And for that, he was killed. Now, I don't think for 1 minute that Daniel Penny wanted to kill that young man. I don't think he did. But that was the ultimate result. If I am driving a car, I don't want to kill somebody, but if I go ahead and run over that person, I will be charged with at least manslaughter and sometimes with reckless manslaughter. So to the audience that just sees it through one set of lens, I ask one favor of anybody listening to this today or on podcast. Try to see it through the eyes of a Caribbean, and I'm going to plug my book, of an Afro-Latino Caribbean man. I tell a lot of these stories in this book, not only about, criminality, but about just the way it's happened. And Mike Cisak, you show who you are consistently. U.S. Paul Fleming says the U.S. average gasoline price dropped below $3 for the first time since 2021. Good piece of news, guys. All right, folks, we are coming close to the end of the show. We got 1 minute left. I want to ask all of you to consider becoming subscribers to our Substack. That is how we majorly fund most of what we do here. And, we are way behind. We need 2,500 people. We're just at about 10% of that right now. So I want to ask you so kindly to please become supporters of our network. And how can you do that? Go to Substack or go to politicsdoneright.com/newsletter and become a paid subscriber. If you become a paid subscriber, you get to read all 5 of my books online. All 5 of my books, you can read all 5 of them. And any new book that I write, you also have full access to it. So why not do that today? Go to politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. Of course, there are many other ways that you can support the station with different contributions. You can go to politicsdoneright.com/support, politicsdoneright.com/support, and that has all the different ways in which you can support us. But the ideal way, which costs less than a coffee, is politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. We need about 2,500. We've just cracked 10%. I'm hoping we can crack about, close to, 33% by the end of the year. I don't know if we can do that, but you can help us get there by becoming paid subscribers. I got to get out of here because I've got another interview right now. So look, folks, thank you all. I love you all. Absolutely every one of you that are listening to the program. Please keep coming back because I tell you what, we, the independent media, more than ever is needed. And one message to to Lee Grant. Progressives don't say the media is fake news. We say the media is timid news. There's a difference. Timid news because they're scared of Trump coming into office. And that's what we're talking about. Anyway, love you all. My name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right. And you guys know how I end this baby. I am what? Out!
We spend a lot of time deconstructing the news, trying to parse it into a form that everybody can understand. We try to find those little nitpicks where it flies above the fray, etc. If you really like these videos that we do, I want to ask a big favor. Please go ahead. Number 1, subscribe to our channel. And number 2, please join if you can. Thank you so kindly for watching. Keep watching. Please remember to share. We must populate the entire internet with our progressive message, a message that we know is what most Americans say that they want. So help us, please join.
Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies. Welcome to Politics Done Right. My name is Egberto Willies, your host. Good morning, Houston. Good morning, Harris County. Good morning to the great state of Texas. Good morning to Northeast Texas, Southeast Texas, Northwest Louisiana, Southwest Louisiana, and to every nook and cranny receiving the signals from our 100,000 watt transmitter. How's everybody doing today? Good morning to the entire world who receives us through the magic of the internet, formerly known as ARPANET, created by whom? You. Well, look, we got a lot to talk about, so I want to kind of get it on quickly. But beforehand, let's go to Los Genios, the geniuses, in el estudio, in the studio. Good morning, hermanos. How are you guys doing this morning?
Jack, get out of that cranny. Hurry up. Egberto's calling for you. Good morning, Egberto. It's Monday morning at the radio. And, well, okay, Jack is settling in. He was stuck in his cranny. I had to go help him out.
I had to name this chair the cranny.
Yeah, my eyes were stuck this morning. They didn't want to open, so I have no brain activity going on. And of course, the audience will say, "You never did," but what do they know? Jack, you got some wisdom there for us. Let's hear it.
Yeah. Good morning, Egberto. How are you?
I am doing fine, brother. Talk to me, man. Talk to me. Give me that wisdom.
Okay, this is about fascism. Fascism is just corporate government. It's about an economic model that enriches and empowers the already wealthy who seek to create empire off the backs of the people with military force. For the people to combat this, they have to stop spending, quit paying the people who are enslaving you, cut their pay, stop or reduce the amount of goods and services you use. Here's how to reform the healthcare industrial complex in 6 months. Cancel your insurance. Stop the deduction. Quit sending that premium in. You have to jump off before you can land. Yes, it's a risk, but to big healthcare, you're just a revenue stream. Morally, they have no respect for you. Take your insurance companies and their politics of profit out from between the doctor and the patient, period. Exclamation point.
Big exclamation point.
Yes.
I love it, brother. I love it. Let me tell you, yesterday, of course, the guy who killed the CEO of United Healthcare got caught. I think he really wanted to get caught because apparently he also had a manifesto. He also had the gun that did the job. He also had the same licenses, etc., that he used. Anybody who didn't want to get caught would have rid themselves of all those things a long time ago. But anyhow, before I
sounds like a crusader.
Yeah. And, we have to be careful the way we say that. But I'm going to talk about that in what I think is going to be the right context. And, first of all, let me just say what the program is called. The program today is called Crypto Scam. The crypto industry has a new thing that they want to do. So maybe we'll get to that. Then I have the violence of corporate greed and power. And that ties into a lot of what you had to say, my brother, as well as 62% of Americans want guaranteed health care. But I really, really want to start today with the perpetrator of the murder of the United Healthcare guy, Luigi Mangione. To some, he is sort of a representation of what's occurring in healthcare in a lot of ways. And I want to start it this way. Mr. Mangione is a murderer. Mr. Mangione effected premeditated murder. He cased the guy. He waited on that man to be in a position where he could take him out. That's what he did to Brian Thompson, United Health CEO. And the mainstream media would have you throw the angst at this guy. They would have you hate this guy. They will go ahead and condemn all those tweets and social media messages where that guy, people pretty much made fun of. Did he get shot by a bullet, or was that a pre-existing condition? As absurd as that sound, they wanted you to think that was that those people who had those thoughts about this incident were degenerates. Because here it is, Mr. Luigi Mangione, a valedictorian in his class, a engineer or a computer scientist with a master's. He effected a murder, and the mainstream media just wants you to look at person kills an innocent person who has a family and dies. And for that, Mr. Luigi Mangione is an evil person. He's a killer. He's a murderer. He committed a crime. All of that's true. Why is it that the mainstream media, when the Texas legislature denies care, why is it that the mainstream media, when the Texas legislature looks at Texans that are dying, hundreds every day, because the Texas legislature did not accept the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act affects the deaths of many of your fellow Texans. Why is it that the mainstream media doesn't look at it as callous, as killing people? Because they just chose not to. We know the result of that law of not accepting the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act causes death. It kills not one person with a family, but hundreds of Texans with families. Why is it that we don't have that same angst by the mainstream media when every family that loses a loved one dies unnecessarily because the Texas Republican legislature decided to say no to the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act that is available right now if they chose to say yes? It'll cost them less than it costs them now for those who continue to get saved, but they say no. The Republican Texas legislature has caused the death of Texans. They've caused the closure of hospitals. They've caused people who would otherwise have lived in an accident to have to travel over an hour for care because they said no to the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act. But my brothers and sisters in rural America, they don't know about that. They don't realize that the people they're voting for is killing them. Where is the media? Where are the Democrats going into these areas and telling these people, hey, the murderers are up there in Austin, just like Luigi Mangione is a murderer who killed an innocent man because of health care. So are those who are denying you health care. Why don't we frame it the way it must be framed? Why don't we do our jobs in the media and frame it the way it should? So that part is government. We have a Texas government, unlike the New York government, unlike the Louisiana government, unlike the California government, unlike the government in Washington, the government in Oregon. They've accepted the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act to keep their people alive. They are not murdering their people by neglect, murdering their people because of ideology. Why isn't the media framing it the way they frame Luigi Mangione as a murderer for a cause? But let's take it one step further. Why is it that the mainstream media doesn't call up Aetna, doesn't call up Cigna, doesn't call up United Healthcare and say and point to them that the denial of service by algorithms, it's not all done by people. In order to maximize profits, they know how to deny services, deny medicines, deny all these things to their insured. Why is it that the mainstream media doesn't call out all the dead people waiting on approvals, waiting on pre-screening, waiting on all these issues that the private companies, the private insurance companies are saying, let's wait a while. No. Those are hundreds of thousands of deaths that occurred because of that behavior. Not one. Luigi Mangione killed one person, and he should be held accountable for killing that one person. I wrote a paper for Daily Kos several years ago where I said we should be holding politicians for neglect, for involuntary, or for that matter, voluntary manslaughter. Texas Republicans, Congress people's representatives should be arrested for, in my opinion, they should be arrested for voluntary manslaughter because, again, the denial of service by our Texas legislature caused death. The CEOs and executives of insurance companies should be held as well for homicide. Again, it's not that knowing not giving the services won't give you death. We know it. So therefore, it's not negligent homicide. It is definitely voluntary manslaughter. I mean, we have to realize that words matter. Framing of what's happening matters. It matters how things are framed, because we can make something that is done that is really, really bad. Invading Panama for freedom sounds good, but invading Panama and killing a whole lot of people to get one person who was actually supplying a need that Americans have is a different story when framed that way. That's just an aside there. As you can see, I still feel that dread of having been invaded and killing many of the fellow people you grew up with. Framing is important, folks. And when we allow the mainstream media, who is paid for by the corporatocracy, by the insurance industry, etc., when we allow them to frame what Luigi Mangione did as different than what Mr. Brian Thompson does or did with respect to denial of services that caused the death of many, we're making Luigi Mangione less evil or more evil than was Brian Thompson, who killed many people. Not one, not two, not three, thousands. Framing a discussion honestly, framing a discussion the way it really is important if Americans are going to learn to vote their interests, if Americans are going to learn to see things the way they really are. And until we get there, we will continue to have the class warfare that we have. Until we get there, we'll continue to do things in a manner that screws us all. So, folks, this one story with Luigi Mangione unaliving Mr. Brian Thompson shouldn't end there. It shouldn't end that some young man, some very smart young man, unalived a CEO. That's not the story. Because that CEO indirectly unalived thousands. Who is more evil? Please tell me. Am I wrong? I am absolutely sure that I'm not. Let's go to Johnny.
Not surprisingly theoretical, good Tuesday morning to you and the KPFT crew. So, being that it's theoretical, let's not forget, those prosecutors in New York and across America, be advised, gentlemen, that everything is theoretical, including the possibility that if you decide to prosecute someone like that, you're going to have to deal with the very real possibility of jury nullification. Because let me tell you something, I'm a lib. And if I were on that jury, I would give that guy a pass. I don't care if the guy who shot him was a Republican, a Democrat, independent, whatever. What's right is right. And we have to assume justice seeks its natural level like water. And we don't have that right now. And you guys need to wake up. Unlike the politicians like Joe Biden and Donald Trump and Barack Obama, these people are all technically war criminals. If you're going to prosecute that guy for shooting the executive health, so-called health insurance executive, if you're going to prosecute that guy, you all had better prosecute Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden. You're not going to do that. So I would suggest you decline prosecution.
You know, it's interesting. I've heard that quite often in some of the messages that I get. And, you know, we are eventually, when society reaches a certain level of unfairness, when society reaches a certain level of depravity, the natural self-defense mechanisms kick in. And, you know, one of the things that we fear is if we don't take the bull by the horns early on, that there will be a lot of Luigi Mangiones out there. Okay?
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
How many times in the past few months in our conversations, me and you and me and the guy on the next show, Michael, how many times have I brought up the idea as one of the things that we need for remediation from our people in politics is to prosecute and criminally investigate and prosecute Wall Street banksters? How many times have I said that?
Every time. Look, it is important. Look, you're absolute. Look, when Obama let off those criminals, okay, and let off the criminals by simply not prosecuting two different systems, right? Two different criminal systems. Look, when we let off Donald Trump from Donald Trump should have thrown into the gulag from the day on January 7th. He should have been thrown into jail. Okay. The thing about it, there are two different criminal justice. Well, actually three, but we can go into that some other time. three different justice systems in this country. And again, eventually, when they get out of balance, people unravel. And I would really like to hear Mr. Luigi Mangione. I would really like to hear about the screws in his neck, about being 26 and being removed from the insurance of his parents. I want to hear that story. But the reason I want to hear... Go ahead.
I want him to write a book, and I want him to be interviewed in the legacy media, and I want the politicians who are running for office from this point forward to demand as part of their platform when they go stump speeching to say that they will include an effort, a Manhattan Project-style effort to not only criminally investigate and prosecute and incarcerate Wall Street criminals, but also to identify and dismiss white nationalists in our military and law enforcement.
Yeah, and let me. Look, I'm not gonna argue with that at all. The thing about it, Johnny, is if you take a look at of what's going on in society today. You have to wonder how many of these things. I mean, technically speaking, we don't want these things to occur. We want to have some level of civility and law. But how long will people allow what the corporate, I mean, if you take a look at how it was advertised on TV, we hate even the police, right? The police, which is an agent of the corporatocracy in all respects. They came out and the way they attacked Mangione as being very anti-corporatist. Well, guess what? Most Americans are. And you know why they are? Because if you take a look at what these people do to the average American citizen, so there's nothing special about saying this dude is anti-corporatist. Yeah, it's nothing special. Anyway, anything else, John, before I jump to tag?
What's the bottom line? The takeaway here is if the authorities want to discourage this further kind of vigilantism, they need to do what I just suggested a moment ago. They need to start applying the law to those whose law needs to be applied to, not just go after the small guy. Start prosecuting Wall Street criminals and the like that. That's how you stop this.
Well, yeah, you have to. Exactly. Look, thank you very much, Johnny.
Otherwise, you have more healthcare insurance industry guys still deny healthcare people and still rip them off. You
know what is so funny? What did United Healthcare do? They didn't come out with a statement and say, look, this shouldn't happen. Going forward, we do need to have some reforms, etc. That's not what they did. They armored, they put armor around their buildings, and now the insurance executives will be walking around with security. I have cousins that do that kind of job right now, and all the billionaires, they actually are security for billionaires, etc. And it's amazing. So what we're going to have is these people who can only live in their gated communities and walk around with Social Security. So in effect, to be very, very rich, they will live in their own jails. But thank you very much, Johnny.
They're telling us that they know they're guilty by that action. That's how we know they're guilty, and we're right. We're righteous.
Thank you, brother. Have a great one, my brother. All right, let's go to Tag. Come on in, Tag.
Hey, Egberto.
Good morning, my brother.
Good morning to you, my friend. Mankind has a basic disregard for life right now. A lot of people do. And I think this is what comes down with this United Healthcare issue. Is it the life of one or the life of many? And there's a basic disregard here. But I see a little bigger picture, and that picture, I hate to kind of swerve off the road you're on, but look at what's happened in Syria. And without the backing of Russia, this dictator who's killed so many people is gone, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have this guy that's just been voted into office, and he's saying that, well, if NATO pays their fair share, that he'll support NATO. Well, it's like, you know what? If we didn't have this problem with Russia, there would be no need for all this defense. And that's where the basic disregard for life comes from, is with a guy like Putin just worldwide killing people. I mean, it's just absurd. And then we have somebody like Trump come along and say, well, you've got to up the ante here to defend yourself against Putin. No, and we don't need to defend ourselves against United Healthcare either. We just need to have more people that respect life on this planet. And so that's kind of where I'm going. We need to make some basic changes, and you can kind of see it happening right now. Which way it's going to go, we don't know. So,
you know, what is interesting, Tag, you touch on two things. You touch on both healthcare and you touch on international politics. Let me hit you up on the international politics first so we can get back to healthcare. But on international politics and CDA, etc., right? First of all, it behooves me why in the interview with Donald Trump, people let Donald Trump get away with saying pretty respectfully, but pretty stupid things. First of all, it has nothing to do with NATO paying their fair share. It's about how the deal is not about NATO paying a damn thing. The deal is what percentage of their GDP is spent on defense. That's what NATO is responsible. Each country, I think, 2% of their GDP should be spent on defense. That's the deal that they made. Nobody pays anything to anybody. The second thing is that they let him get away with things like tariffs. The other country pays the tariffs and all of that, and they don't give any real pushback. Make no sense. Now, when it comes to healthcare, the answer is simple, and people have already said that they want it. 62% of Americans want the government to ensure healthcare. What is government-insured healthcare? Medicare for all. 62% of Americans, 33% of Republicans, 90% of Democrats, over 50% of independents. So the majority of people want to get rid of this private healthcare system that we have that is killing people. They're killing hundreds. Mangione killed one. It's a bad thing. But the insurance companies, which we should be reporting it as such, kills hundreds of thousands of people every year. Thank you very much, Tag. Anything else quickly before I jump to Patrick?
Yeah, it's just a matter of whether you're going to go direct to the problem or you're going to go around the problem. Like with healthcare, you're going around the problem. The hospitals need the money, not the healthcare people. Mm-hmm. And we don't need all this defense buildup. We just need to get rid of Putin, and we'd all be a lot better off, I think. So thanks, Egberto. Have a good day.
Thank you, brother. All right, let's first of all, folks, the number is 713-526-5738. Again, that is 713-526-5738. Come on in, Patrick.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, brother. Talk to me.
Hey, I don't know if you noticed it, or maybe I even misunderstood, and I apologize to this person if I did. But in the feed yesterday, when we were talking about how we understood what happened with Mangione, we weren't justifying it or anything. We had somebody that was saying to you, "There's no killing somebody is never okay," and that was said over and over. And then when we started talking about the person that was strangled to death on the subway, right. Penny, I think it was Michael Jackson, he was justifying his death because he was violent towards an elderly person, and he was had psychotic events. So he couldn't see the killing a CEO, but he was totally fine having somebody strangled to death on a subway. So
the person that you're talking about is inconsistent. I mean, first of all, that person is a friend of mine, but I hate to say that he's racist. Okay, anytime it has anything to do with people of color, it is okay. The pattern is there. It's clear. The pattern is there in his responses, and I tell him that straight up. I mean, it was definitely there. But again, we have to live with the society that we've got. Anyway, continue, my brother.
Well, with that pointed out, a lot of people are doing things like that. A lot of people are trying to say that they couldn't understand how a CEO could get killed. But then look at what it's done for us.
in this society, it took somebody getting killed to even talk about this problem, and healthcare is a problem. And in quite a few states, what I want to ask is, if he was in Florida or in Texas, how would he not be standing his ground? Because in the future, he's going to be denied again, and it might take his life.
You know, that is so what I mean. It's amazing that remember when I said narrative is everything? If you go ahead and put stand in your ground, if you apply the stand your ground law, which says if somebody is there, if you believe somebody is hurting you, again, let's repeat, if you believe somebody is going to hurt you, you have the right of self-defense. Actually, believe it or not, I think that could be used in a stand your ground state, right? They like those kinds of laws, right? Well, those laws could be applied. I mean, I think what you've just said is novel. I mean that it's novel.
I don't see the difference at all.
Again, that's novel, brother, because the truth, if you follow the letter of the law, I mean, that is a novel idea. I mean, I hate acknowledging that, but that's the case, right?
That's pretty much all I wanted to point out, and just those are kind of the things I've been chewing on in the last couple of days. I'm not justifying what this guy did, but it's important to point out that United Healthcare was being investigated, and this guy might have known it, but I think we all know how that investigation would have gone. They would have gotten off with a slap of the wrist. So if our class actually had justice representing it, people wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah. Look, like I said, the people who are going to make what Luigi Mangione did as a very bad thing. I mean, what he did is a bad thing. We are not trying to justify it at all. Let's be clear. But I mean, the same bad thing that is what Brian Thompson and his industry has done is much worse. Let's be clear. Narrative is everything. It is much worse. Mr. Mangione killed one person. Our health insurance CEOs killed hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
And happy about it. I believe that the CEO that's taking over is taking the exact same stance as he said, that they would continue to fight against unnecessary health procedures. I don't know anybody that isn't trying to change their look on Instagram that's going in to have elective surgery. If somebody's going to have surgery, they need it.
There you go. I mean, you know what? It's so funny. Anthem. Think about it. Let me show you how callous these guys are. Anthem had to go back on a policy. They thought it was going to be okay to have a policy that says, well, after X amount of time of anesthesia, hey, no more, baby. I mean, it's nuts. I mean, what these guys would do for profit, they're nuts. These are just people who came out of business school. When I tell you what business school teaches has nothing to do with reality, Patrick. What the Macomb Business School at the University of Texas and all these business schools, they are not very smart people. They're great at capitalism, but that's it. They know nothing about humanity. They know nothing about science. They know nothing about engineering. They know nothing about anything that really, really matters. They just know how to create instruments to make a buck at all cost. You want to know why? I will never consider myself a capitalist. And that's the reason why. And until we are able to enlighten people to what it's really about, we would stop having the faith. We would start having the respect for all these people that come out of these great business schools and are executives, because they're not the ones that make America work. You are. Thank you very much, Patrick. Let's go to Bruce. Come on in, Bruce.
Yeah, Alberto, I'm going to be a little bit off topic, but I want you to apply what I'm saying to the topic. Sure. I'm going to talk about perspective. I remember when that submarine that was going down to the Titanic imploded. I knew people that told me they couldn't sleep at night because they couldn't wait to get up and then see the next news cycle to see if it was okay or if something had happened. In that same news cycle, on the cable news, they had an elementary school targeted by Putin and kids having their legs blown off. They had a maternity hospital targeted by Putin, and they showed a woman carried out on a stretcher, all bloody, and they said she and the baby both died. No one was losing sleep over that. They were losing sleep over the rich kid in the sub. So apply that perspective to healthcare. It's all, the kids are always the ones that suffer. In a refugee camp, they suffer. They're used to seeing an adult, and when they're hungry, an adult feeds them. Or they're around a whole bunch of adults and nobody's feeding them. So not only physically are they damaged, but psychologically. So apply the perspective of healthcare in regards to kids, if you would, please.
Well, let me put it that way. I love that you brought that up, and that you brought that up in that fashion, right? And I'm going to twist it in a way, and I hope you see the connections I'm going to make here. It's called the gradation of value, okay? And whose lives we value, right? And we have learned implicitly to value people differently. We have learned implicitly to value the billionaire as if they have something one who sweeps the floor does not, or one who doesn't, have certain values. I don't know if you remember yesterday when Ray called in and we talked about unskilled labor. And I told about the chip on the shoulder and finally realizing that no labor is unskilled. People have different levels of knowledge based on what they want to do, etc. But we have this gradation not only of skills, but of values, of humanity, etc. That guy who got killed on the subway and the pain that we felt for the person who, look, the guy who killed the Michael Jackson looked like he didn't want to kill that guy, but he did. He held on to him longer than he needed to. He killed him. There should have been some sort of it's involuntary, but we have something called involuntary manslaughter. But the way society looks at it is like he had more value than the person he killed. The same applies to when America invaded Panama. The value of the Panamanians in El Chorrillo, and I was interviewed on that yesterday for the anniversary of that invasion, but the value of those people were less. So Bush doesn't have a problem blasting them to smithereens, but if one or two Americans got killed in Panama, it was a big issue. We go to Gaza. In Gaza, the people in Gaza, 40-something thousand people dead versus 1,500 Jewish people. None of them should be dead, but we look at the 44 million people, the 44,000 people, not as bad, not as bad dying as the 1,500 Jewish people. You just spoke about the Russians, the kids in the Russian place being killed, and the things most Americans were worried about is the next news cycle. What happened to the rich fat cats in the submarine, whether they died or not on their own volition? That is the mental problem that we all suffer because of narrative, because of how we learn things. So you're absolutely right, Bruce. And it's only showing us, putting that mirror in front of us like you just did. It's only putting that mirror in front of us to let us look and say, oh my God, is that who we really are? Only when we see who we really are can we really change. And those are mirrors that you're putting in front of us, brother. Anything else, Bruce?
No, you answered my question. I just wanted your view on perspective, and you're spot on. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Thank you, brother. All right, let's go to brother Jimmy. Come on in, Jimmy.
Good morning, Egberto.
Hey,
on
great.
On the issue of Medicaid expansion, former county judge Ed Emmett told me that he had a meeting with Governor Greg Abbott to talk about it, and Abbott told him, if you bring up that subject, the meeting is over. So we can blame Texas not getting Medicaid expansion on Governor Greg Abbott. And people need to write letters to the legislators, to newspapers, and so forth, and tell them we want Medicaid expansion. That's what we need to do. Now, the man who shot the United Healthcare CEO, he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison, and rightly so. You shouldn't go out there and murder people over an issue. You need to be nonviolent, like Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. We need to stop the violence, stop the killing.
I agree with you that we need to stop the killing and we shouldn't have the violence. And I agree that there's a good likelihood he'll spend the rest of his day in jail. Although he comes from a rich family who knows, justice is given out differently in that regards. But I have a question for you, Jimmy, because I agree with you. We need to stop the killing. Are the health executives killing people?
Well, they're going by whatever rules they have. And
who made those rules?
Well, I guess I assume our legislators did, but
no. I'm talking about who made the rules.
They need to provide the health care when people need it, for sure. When they're already paying premiums for it.
Right. So, in other words, that the same should apply when you speak about Mr. Luigi Mangione not killing. The same should apply to the CEOs. They shouldn't kill either, right?
That's right, but you can't really say they're killing people. If people are dying of diseases and so forth, you don't know how much you're going to spend to save somebody that's already 90 years old.
No, but that's what I mean. What I mean is, look, yeah, I understand what you're saying, right? But I mean, if I am about to have my appendix is about to blow, and some person getting pre-authorization has the right to tell me no, that's causing my death, right? Even it's either voluntary manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter, right? In other words,
you would think that would be covered by your health insurance, so that
right.
They should help you with that appendix.
And that's my point. My point is, I remember I said earlier when I started the discussion that narrative matters. We have learned how to allow certain killers to be free while other killers no. In other words, this guy is a killer with a gun. The insurance executives are killers with pens and denials, but they ultimately give the same results: dead people. But narrative is important.
I think the insurance people are, by and large, doing what they should be doing, and that's helping people with their health care. But there are some cases when they deny it. I'm not sure when or why, but they should be.
Let me just say that there's some cases that you're talking about.
9% of the cases.
Let me just say, Jimmy, that there's some cases that you're talking about is 7-point-something% of denials, but that is because many doctors don't even submit because they know a denial is coming. So what I'm saying is narrative is important, and I think it's important for us, in my humble opinion, to get the narrative right to ensure that we don't allow murderers to go free. And my contention is most insurance. I know it's a hard thing for you to accept, because in your case, for being so healthy as you are, you never have to see the bad side of an insurance company. You don't, because you're so darn healthy. I saw you on Saturday at the at our meeting at the Houston Peace and Justice Center executive meeting. But you're so damn healthy, and you're an older dude. You don't see this, but a lot I
would not call the insurance people murderers, but they need to change the rules.
I got you, brother. My brother, I understand you. You know I love you, man. But again, narrative is everything. Because if we can call the guy who used a gun a murderer, I think we should be able to call the person who used a pen murderer. Let's disagree on that one, but let's talk another time. All right, Jimmy?
Okay, Alberto, have a great day.
You too, my brother. All right, let's go to Augie. Come on in, Augie.
Wanted to add on to what Patrick had to say. Is that not just medical care is being denied, mental health care is also being denied.
Yes.
And bad things happen, but people never asked the question, why is it happening? It's happening because these politicians and the CEOs are denying our citizens medical care that they need and also mental health care. When George W. was governor, the second week, he probably went before the Austin chamber there and said, hey, I saved the state of Texas like $500,000. He shut down this nationally recognized mental health program in Tyler, Texas. And so the staff had to leave. There weren't any jobs for him here in Texas, so they had to go out of state. But the patients were still here. They were let out of their mental health facilities, and they're out in the street. And I happened to see that in Houston right after that. There were mental health people on Richmond and Montrose there that I never saw before, and working many years in that area. All of a sudden, there's this lady, all in black, sitting on a concrete bus stop bench in the sunlight and the heat and humidity of summer. And then further on down, there's another lady, like a African American, and she just standing there in front of a bush watching traffic. And like that Marine that killed somebody in the subway, the guy that he killed had mental health problems. His way to take care of it was taking care of this guy and killing him. But they don't see that. I had a heart attack, and I have to have a stress test every year. So my last one, I was talking to the nurse, and she was telling me about her teenage son. He's got mental health problems, but she can't find anybody that can take care of him. The hospitals here, mental health facilities are being shut down. The parents of the Sandy Hook killers, the Columbine killers, their parents went on TV and said, we try to get mental health care for our kids who are killers, but there was nothing available for them. And that nurse that I talked to, she was a Republican. And I told her, well, the reason you can't get mental health care is because Republicans are denying not just medical care, but mental health care. And it's funny, after I talked to her, within less than a year, in the Chronicle, there was a story about a hospital here in Houston that had a mental health ward, but they had to shut it down because they stopped receiving state funding. So there's another hospital, another ward that's shutting down here in Texas, and they've been shutting down ever since Republicans took over our state house here in Texas. And I had a 98-year-old World War II vet, Korean War vet. He fell down and hit his head and was bleeding. I took him to the emergency room at Memorial Hospital, one of them, and it was full of people.
Look, I get it. You're so right. You're so right, Augie. The system, first of all, the healthcare system does not belong in the private sector, because if you have to deny care or reduce care because you need to make 20% profit, or in the case of private now, they can do 18% overhead now. That's a law. If you have to do that, it doesn't belong in the private sector. But I got a whole bunch of calls, Augie. I have to go ahead and get some more before we finish. So look, thank you, my brother, for the input the great input that you always has. All right.
Okay. I want to say hi to two friends of mine. They heard me the last two times I came on, but they were busy doing something else. But last night they told me that they heard me talking on your show. So I just want to say hi to Mark and Kristen if they're listening.
Well, there you go, guys. Augie is family, folks. Let me just let you guys know that Augie is KPFT. Thank you, brother. Let's go to Sister Betty. Come on in, Betty.
Hey. Good morning.
Talk to me, beautiful.
Yeah. Insurance company wants your money first. And then they say, give me your money first. You're old. You should be dead. And on the justice, you have these lawyers and prosecutors and judge get together and they make a deal like trade out the marijuana user and let the child molester go. Our Lady of Justice puts both hands on her mouth. Look at our coming president. I say I will cry tomorrow. Love you guys.
Thank you very much, sister. That was our one and only Betty. Anyway, we're going to go to Derek. But before Derek, I just want to say welcome to KPFT chat. Eric Hayes from Kingwood, Texas. Jay from, Jay is from California. I think LA, California. We also have in the house Melanie Keelan from Barcelona, Spain. We also have Glenn Ryan. Glenn Ryan says, why promote Medicare for all at the same time support neoliberal candidates like Harris? You know she would not support Medicare for all. Let's bring that up on another day. You know I've always been a supporter of Medicare for all. Let's discuss that another day, okay? Let's go to Derek. Come on in, Derek.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Quickly, Jimmy, man, all I got to say, man, God bless you, man. You trying to have a open, pure of heart, but wrong is wrong. We live in a very heartless, I would say, gun-happy type situation here. He mentioned about Martin Luther King and guns. Remember, both those men was killed violently. And I'm saying you don't want to say anything about what Alberto is saying, but the truth is there. You can kill with the pen, which the pen have killed more than the gun, to be honest with you, because the pen have killed men from within.
Yeah, Derek, that is a point that I wanted to make to Jerry. Let me just give one great defense for brother Jimmy. Jimmy is a very good guy, and Jimmy's a healthy, very older guy. That is, I learned from Jimmy as well. Let me just say that. But I think Jimmy, in being very nice, really doesn't want to see the insurance companies for the evil that it is, because he himself is so healthy, even in his older age, that he doesn't really need them all that much, right? I mean, if you see Jimmy, if you know, you have to sit down and talk to Jimmy. He's a cool cat. I mean, he'll be. I mean, this guy moves. He's 90 something, and if you see him move, you'll be amazed. So that's where he's at, Patrick.
Yeah, I believe you. Thank you so much.
Derek, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
No, yes, sir. No, like I said, that's why I say he has, it seems to me, just listening to him, he has the pure of heart and he's looking for the best.
Exactly.
But case here, it is no win-win or nobody's righteous. Trust me, the pen kills more because I'm a writer. It kills more, far more than what you may think. So thank you, brother, for taking my call.
Thank you very much, Derek. Let's go to Brian. Come on in, brother Brian. How you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Talk to me, brother.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is your thinking, right? An illegal alien comes across the border, starts his own business as a landscaper. He invests his money a little bit. He needs another helper, so he hires another illegal alien. So he's making money off that man's back, right? Is that your thinking?
I think you misunderstand it completely. That I don't care. First of all, referring to this as an illegal alien, trying to mix, you're trying to mix two concepts, completely wrong. But no, that's not the case. That's not making money on the person back, because guess what? That person who hired that other person, those are people who are self-made and they're also contributing to society. My contention is that people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, they are more parasites than they are contributing to society. Did they have any contribution to society at any given time? Yes. They've used the capitalist model, however, to become parasites. And over time, I think if you don't get that out of the writings that I do, etc., you won't get it. But thank you, Brian. I got one more call to get. Go ahead, real quick, Brian. I got one more call. Go ahead, and I got to fit it in real quick.
There is no difference between Elon Musk or the illegal alien that comes over and hires another illegal alien.
You don't see that, sir. If you don't see the difference, you have a problem. But thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Uma. Come on in, Uma.
Yes, good morning, Egberto. I'm so glad that you're talking about the insurance mafia that's prevalent in this country. And I'm so happy that you're, not trying to change the perspective, but actually giving them a perspective. Because most people that I talk to don't understand insurance and how corrupt this mafia is in this country. So, I'm glad that there's a conversation going, and I hope that this conversation goes forward because insurances really are killing people. There need to be major changes if this industry needs to, this industry basically needs an overhauling. Because it's not fair to the people that it's supposed to serve.
If I may add to that, Uma, you're absolutely right. In my humble opinion, that industry in healthcare doesn't need to be reformed. It needs to die.
That's true. I agree. I completely agree.
Thank you very much, Uma. I'm at a hard stop. Call me tomorrow, please. I love your insight. I really love your insight. Okay?
Thank you so much.
You have a wonderful day. Anyway, let me throw it to the studio.
Oh, nothing here. Just a very lively conversation as always. Jack, what you got?
You can kill more with a pen than you can with a gun. These CEOs are what they call discompassionate.
Thank you very much. I always have wisdom. Anyway, folks, you can get the rest of the show at politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. Again, the rest of the show, politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. Love you all, and I mean that from the depths of my heart. Thank you very much to the studio, of course, Van Beba and El Senora Reynolds. Anyway, my name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right, and you guys know how I end this baby. I am what? Out. Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com. Publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It. As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom. It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies.
Welcome to Politics Done Right.